Go. Thank you, Deep.
Oh my god.
What's funny is like, even my childhood pictures just have me absolutely glaring people down. Just that is my default of just absolutely glare at people. And like, how else would you want children to look at you? Let's be honest.
Alright, so to be honest,
Weird.
I saw Jacob take a bite of it, but I thought it was like candy.
There was something so exquisite about watching as Kyle is the only one who is acknowledging the fact that I just took a bite out of paper and am like eating it slowly like pasta.
In all
Or you're
fairness,
not special.
I wasn't looking there. I just turned my camera on and saw that people had their cameras on already.
Just flavors, just adds flavor to the whole thing. Of just like, it's only Kyle who's acknowledging the fact that I just absolutely tore a piece of paper off and decided to consume it.
For the sake
I
of
didn't
Phoenix,
swallow
who
it, by the
has
way,
not
I should
seen this
say.
Okay.
Good.
I thought you did. I didn't see where it went. I didn't see you like take it out of your mouth at any point. I thought you just like.
Yeah, when
fucking ate
I
it.
when I leaned down, that was part of the mystique. Is that did I eat it? Did I spit it out? You never know until I tell you.
So, Phoenix, that is another a picture of me as a child, still with the same exact fucking wide-eyed glare.
You got the look of like one of those early photographs, like the Civil War ones, where they wouldn't smile because it took like in minutes on end for the exposure to happen.
Nope. My mood was just bad. It was just off. This is another picture of me as a child with the same exact look on my face.
You were just not having it.
You're just... Yo, that's a vibe. Also, who the fuck posted something that got deleted by mods?
They got
It was
deleted
some
by
bot.
me because it was some bot. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it was. It definitely looked like a message a bot would send.
There's
What did they say?
there's a picture
In
of
the
me
chat
in like
anymore.
my first grade from like kindergarten or first grade picture day,
Uh-huh.
where my face was fucked up because on the way to kindergarten on picture day I got pushed over or fell. I don't know what happened. Just annihilated myself. It was bad. And of course it happened on picture day. I like had to go to the nurse and they're like, that doesn't look nice. It was a bad time.
Wait, you got pushed? You got pushed and got injured in that way, Jacob? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
That's how I got that scar?
Exactly. Yeah. No, I actually have the scar on my elbow. It's on one of them. I don't remember which.
That's how I got the fucking eyebrow scar. By the way, people have been trying to steal my fucking look ever since I was 5 and I got this scar. Like, people are using like clippers to try to give themselves the scar.
Listen,
want
man,
to go
you got
fucking
the
for this
badass
one.
looking scar in the cool location. People are gonna be jealous.
I
Anyway,
got
by
scar
the way,
at
we
the
are
edge of
now
my
in the
fucking
table.
eyebrow.
We are now in the table talk part of the stream. People
I
people
know.
have been able to hear us for like a good few
Chaos,
minutes
by
now.
the way.
Hey, I got my scar the cool way. You know, getting fucking hurt.
Fucking poor. That's how I got mine.
I don't get scars
Okay.
cool ways. The cool
Listen
things
here,
that
you
happen
little
to me,
shit.
I
You don't need to
leave
out-
unscathed.
Walk
Walk
into
through a
my
door
house.
and hate every single child photo I have because I am trans.
It is very funny to see me ramble like a madman and to see Wolfram's face open. It's like
Totally does not line up at all.
we are very different people.
Very.
I think aside from like maybe Cameron, we're all wildly different people from and Chance
Yeah.
and maybe Phoenix.
Here later.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever shown any of you my face.
You.
I think I saw it once.
Yeah, you did. You like accidentally showed it because you accidentally turned on your camera.
Oh yeah.
So, gentle
It's
people,
to hide
shall
the fact
we,
I have no eyes.
Shall we roll the dice?
Shall we get to the session now? peoples.
We must.
Yes, I think that would be most opportune.
Well, sip of water. Alrighty. So, where we last
Just
left
noticed
off.
Kyle's nameplate is on fire.
Yes. Just noticed that, huh?
I literally just noticed it.
Yeah. Obscures his actual name. Funny.
I see his helm and dash Kyle. Funny.
So, where we last left off, our precarious and adventurous group had all gathered in the town of Hearthstone for many varied and personal reasons. Heinrich was instructed by his friend and superior to acquire some Amidian schnapps as a quote-unquote mission to get a much-deserved vacation. Xanareth was hired as an emergency medic for a caravan traveling the small folk nation of Amity, and decided to stop in the small vacation town. Emil, who's presently not here, but hopefully will show up, came searching for a Mr. Penleaf Silverheart, an old business associate of his boss. Wolfram came to Hearthstone for the government archive inside the town's library in order to hopefully dredge up some information on his family's shady dealings. Thorin was on direct orders to investigate the town for rumors of possible cult activity in the area surrounding the town. And then there was the stranger, clad in old rusted armor. No clue what his deal is. The mayor, having heard many exceptional people were coming into the town this day, decided to gather them all together to give them a tour of the town he so loves. Things quickly turned sour as some immediate tension was raised with all of our exceptionals gathered together. These disputes were not long, however, as they were all ambushed by a dreadful undead demon. The fight wasn't long-lived thanks to the Planeswatcher Thorin swiftly executing and banishing the demon in a near blinding fury. Now, our group has made their way, rushing through the streets to the town hall, finding themselves all in the mayor's office, along with the hobgoblin chief of security, Chief Darburik. Unless anybody would have any objections to heading to the town hall in the mayor's office. Alright. Now, Heinrich. Now that the adrenaline from the attack in the forest has fully subsided, you become much more conscious and aware of your current state. The occasional twitch in your neck, your breathing is much heavier, and you can feel a single drop of sweat goes all the way from your forehead down to the nose to the chin until it drops onto your shirt. You can almost feel it soak and create a damp spot. Both Wolfram and Thorin, you all pick up on these small little signals here and there. Alright. Mayor Tracewood sort of finally pipes up after about a minute of silence, just sitting in his office awkwardly. So, let's begin. Sorry to crowd you all into the room at once. This room wasn't exactly built for gathering 8 people in mind, especially 7 of those 8 being larger folk. All of you are kind of crammed, which seems as though it was into a room, which seems as though it was just in the middle of some minor renovations. Some of the shelves on the one side of the room are this sort of like glass shelving with silver accents, while on the other side of the room are very modest oak shelves with books of various subjects. The desk Tracewood sits at is a very decorated desk with hand carvings of various trees and leaf-like patterns, with a nameplate reading Mayor Rollin Tracewood II. The flooring was in the middle of being ripped up, with a few marble tiles in the corners of the room, with most of the room's flooring being replaced with some spruce planks. Okay, so I have more business with a handful of you, and he looks around the room and he sees one of you's absent. One of the people I had business with is currently not here. I'm going to hope he turns up at some point. And he points to you, Thorin. You're the other one. Now, the rest of you, we'll have to, once I go over the basics, the rest of you, outside of you, Thorin, will have to go outside and talk with Chief Darburk here and discuss things with him further. But first, he reaches down to a drawer and pulls out some paperwork. First, I have to take care of some incident paperwork and documents that of what happened here. I can't lie and pretend there wasn't a demon attack, as the Planeswatchers are already here. Not as if I would anyway. And he seems to say that with a bit of scorn. Anyway.
Wolfram looks up because he didn't know who Thorin was, or that the Planeswatchers were here. So that's a bit of a ayo.
Sorry, man, that I kind of blew your cover, but I mean, come on, we got attacked in the middle of the forest. Everyone here saw it.
No worries.
I'm not
Wolfram-
sure.
I do believe with the display in the forest, the cat might be out of the bag.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the full procedure is on these sort of things, but I'm just a little bit more honest than I think a lot of other people in my position would be. So, yeah, that's.
And we do appreciate that.
I try. It's been rough. Anyway, so let's go over the details, shall we? So, I decided to gather you all together to take a tour of the town, and he begins to recount pretty effectively every minute detail leading up to being gathered here. To which he says, after that, the demon was cleared from the premises. I instructed you all to go back to your hotel rooms and stay inside for the next day for your own safety. And then he signs the bottom of the document, rolls it up into a scroll, places a wax seal on it, and hands it off to what seems to be a fairly large, carrier, bird almost. It is, however, obvious that he seems to leave out, gathering here in the office. He also left out how aware you all were about the creature being a demon, or about the stranger clad in rusted armor. Before you ask, there are some things that, if I did explain, this town would be fucked. And others, I don't know how to explain properly without 100 other questions appearing. So, going to tell you all that what I didn't go over, you don't say unless I say so. Or if Daburk says so, because he speaks for me as well. Yeah. Okay. Any questions before I have to talk about more private business? Because, this is a bit of a messy situation that, I wasn't prepared for, frankly. I only just discovered that there was paperwork for this, yesterday. And I thought, there's no way I'd be filling this out. When would this ever happen? Well, behold, it happens.
So, if my understanding is correct,
This time,
the Planeswatchers were here investigating potential rumors of demonic activity.
Yeah, that is indeed correct.
And none of them were substantiated significantly beyond what happened the other day. Out of character, has it been a day, or is it just this is immediately after, right?
Yeah, I think
you
this
guys
is a
have
medium.
been in Hearthstone for maybe an hour or two at this point.
Okay. So, other than the earlier situation, there was no substantiated rumor. Is that correct?
No, I mean, at least I didn't hear of anything going on. I mean, I'd heard about some random wacko in the woods, but frankly, I'm pretty sure that's just... And he points to the man in rusted armor. That might have been you, frankly. I don't know. And while he's saying this, you see it seems to be like a fairly decently sized rhinoceros be to climb up onto his desk. Where the fuck did this get here? And he carefully picks it up in his hand. What are you doing here, little guy? And it seems to make a few taps on his hand a little bit. Oh, you're with her. Okay, I'll put you back down. Sorry for being And he points to Xanareth as he's saying that. But yeah, like up until just now, I mean, I thought it was just kind of a bunch of hogwash of like, oh, the planeswatchers have just kind of been in the area, I guess. Maybe they're just checking things out. Surely this'll pass, given just like a few days, you know, just make sure not to tell anybody, and well, now this.
May I ask this? Am I to be correct in assuming that, or well, stating, for clarification, that you heard rumors of demonic infestation, of presence of demons, and did very little, regardless of the substantiation of these rumors?
You're talking to Tracewood?
I am.
I didn't hear anything about it, is the thing. I had just, like, the Planeswatchers just, like, showed up. It was like an undercover emissary, basically. And it said, hey, we're gonna be investigating around here. Make sure not to let the public know. Hopefully it's nothing. We'll let you know if there's anything serious. And that was that. That's all I was told!
Without revealing too much of our operation, the general consensus is that most rumors and reports of potential demonic activity are rarely as severe as they are made out to be. We always like to conduct a thorough investigation before involving too many specific actions.
I mean,
Before we take drastic action, we like to be certain.
and thank you for that. Your services is no doubt, you know, unquestionably a great thing, but it's like, look, I've only been a mayor for like 2 weeks now. I didn't have any experience before this. It was a whole thing. It would take a while to explain, but like, I've been in places where, I mean, let's face it, people in Amity tend to be a little weird, a little eccentric a lot of the time. I'm no exception to that. And people will just make shit up, man. Like, on the spot, just for entertainment. I've heard plenty of people make up sightings of, like, monsters and stuff like that. Most of the time, they're just exaggerating a wolf, or a bear, or a stag. A demon, like, okay, little specific, but I can see it. I didn't think it was serious. I didn't think this was a serious thing, because I've been around the bend a few times with these sort of claims. Now, sure, the Planeswatchers being around should have probably been a red flag to me, but at the same time, it's like, who knows? Maybe one of these stray reports found their way to them, and, you know, they're thorough, and they're very careful and cautious. Maybe they were just checking it out just in case. That's what I had assumed, okay? Let me calm myself here. I'm not putting on a good impression. You guys have not been here for very long. I'm being very unprofessional here. My apologies. I'm very stressed right now. My office, you know, that you can tell, it's being rearranged, torn up, remade. Because the last guy that was in here, horrible, terrible. We chased him out of town. He was that bad. I don't know where he is now. Some people said that the mob tore him apart. Others said he just fled. Beats me, frankly. I wasn't part of the whole ordeal. I was too busy in my shop. So, I'm still getting used to this whole thing. So, sorry if I seem unprofessional. I'm trying.
At the current moment, professionalism is not what is needed. What is currently needed is the defenses of the city. Do you have any idea of what you're going to do to prepare your people for when demons and undead will arrive?
Admittedly, I don't have much of an idea, but Darburik, he's got combat like experience. He's a veteran. I entrust the town's security to him wholly and fully. And you like look over to Darburik, who's just been standing there like with his arms like in front of him, and he just kind of like gives a bit of a smirk at that. and then quickly like snaps back into a very stern expression. Like scanning all of you guys, and he seems to linger on you quite a bit at times, Heinrich. But he like eventually puts his attention back to the mirror. Any other questions or concerns? Concerns? I'm sure there are a lot. I have a lot of concerns.
Where?
Where what?
Beans.
He like scoots his chair back a little bit. I don't know where they are. I'm not the guy to ask that. You should probably ask the big lumbering mountain of a man next to you. He's kind of the one that deals with that sort of thing.
I am turning to Thorin.
Sorry to put that on you. I don't know, and I'm scared of him.
I think, like, yeah, Thorn at this point isn't really scared, because, like, he seems to be at least halfway rational. Halfway is probably too much. But, like, we will come to that, I believe.
I mean, the time that we've been sitting here and discussing, I mean, nobody's come with reports of anything new, so I'm at least going to assume that the danger has subsided for now. There could be something else lurking around in the woods. I don't know. Darper, have you already had your men, like, post up around there? And
Yes, the patrolling of the guards has already gone underway. All previous occupants of the forest outside of the Druids themselves have been escorted out. Investigations are underway. I have instructed them to meet with either me or you should any news come to light. And I mean any. Do not stay and fight these creatures. Run and report, get more men, and then take action. But as of right now, it is quiet.
there you go. So that relaxes my soul just even a tad bit, but, you know, I'm the mayor. I gotta remain on edge for this sort of thing a little bit. Thorin, unless any of you guys has any other questions or concerns, I'd rather, you know, get to talking with you now. Anything? Anything to note?
I have a question for Thorin. Thorin, that is correct.
Yes.
From your experience, how often are situations like this isolated incidents, or are they more so signs of something yet to come?
Full. See, the issue, there are several demonic cults that exist out in the world. They rarely get to the point of a full demonic manifestation, such as what we saw in the forest. That was a true demon. That was not a twisted amalgamation of creatures. That it depends. That's a bit out of my purview. I am more the cleanup crew.
Alright, that sums up my questions.
Okay, Mr. Yeager, Miss Sanarith, anything from you two before, where I have to escort you out? Or, well, I should say, Chief Burke over here has to escort you out.
Am I to understand that we are being sent back to our hotels versus a possibility of a demonic incursion is going on underway?
Look, I can't force you to stay in there. I really can't. Like, I could post guards up outside, but frankly, that looks a little bit too sketchy for me to really risk. I would suggest you all go back to your rooms just for the day. I want to make sure as many people are safe as possible. You gotta understand that. And really, the only people I know that I can trust, the only people that I know I can trust are Darburk and his guards. They're the only people that I can safely 100% say I can rely on and lean on in these sorts of crises. I'm sure a few of you are plenty capable. I I can't force you to stay in your rooms. I would, however, heavily suggest, just for a day. It doesn't have to be the entire time that you're here. Just for a day. For that, you know, my suggestions are null. And nothing else. But just for your general safety, just stay in for a day. You don't have to. I'm not going to do anything if you don't. I would just so much prefer it if you did. I'm just going by the standard precautions. Is what I'm doing.
I see.
I mean, you are Mr. Heinrich Jaeger. I at least know your name, so I'm aware of what you're capable of. I don't blame you at all. You know, if you want to go out there yourself and help. Same with you, Thorn, because technically this is your job. So really, I'm not advising you at all. This is your job. This is what you're here for. For the rest of you, and I'm not going to tell you what to do. And again, he points at you, Kyle. I don't think I can tell you what to do. I don't want you doing anything to me.
I have just been dead staring, presumably staring at him, not moving a muscle since the whole question incident.
Okay. Alright. Well, if you have any other questions, ask Chief DeBurg. He's gonna escort you out. He's gonna stay out there with you. Don't go anywhere until I'm done speaking with Thorin. You can all talk amongst yourselves. Just don't make it plainly obvious what you're doing. Like, try to stay out of the eye of a lot of people. If you are gonna talk, do it as privately as possible. Word travels around here a lot. And I mean easily. Do you have any idea how much people, how much the Emidians gossip? It is our whole thing. And if you do hear any rumors floating around, I'm not saying try to disprove them, because that might get you in more hot water than you originally intended. Try and steer them off the course if you hear any rumors. That's what you do with people around here. Whenever they start gossiping, steer them off the course. Don't try and dead stop them. It will not work. Okay. Thorin, you stay here. The work, you know what to do. And he gives a nod, goes over to the door, opens it.
Alright, all of you. Except for you. Out.
Heather's gonna spin on her heels and same sort of muttering speak that she's been doing this entire time to herself, just walk out the door and start making her way back to the temple she originally wanted to go see.
Alright.
Once I get there, I will also shift my perspective back over to Kokoda, as is something I can do with Find Familiar.
Yep.
I'm just gonna listen in. Fake praying.
He's kind of just paying the, like, no, neither him or DeBurg are paying the beetle really any mind. It's just kind of like walking around.
Can I do some sort of insight or arcana or something to that to see if it's like a...
Choose.
Yeah, I think Thorn would have clocked that whole interaction with the mayor, so I think I'm going to try and do insight as to, like, beetles usually aren't that smart.
You could do nature as well if you feel like it.
And nature's absolute trash.
Whichever one you prefer.
I don't think I need to say it, but I'm just gonna walk out.
Okay. And, well, Jacob's just gone entirely, so I'm going to assume he walks out as well.
Alright, I'm going to be the last one to walk out, and I'm just going to stay there for a little bit too long, staring at him, and I'm going to take my leave. Before I do, I'm going to put my hand on Thorin's shoulder and just kind of give him a look, and give him a nod, and then leave.
He scares me. I don't like him. With a 12 insight, you can assume... Xanarus, give me a deception, if you will. Oop, chance should be here soon. I mean-
23.
I mean,
Well,
it's a beetle, and I mean, nature's weird. Could be that it could just be a smart beetle. Could be a pet beetle. You've heard of stranger pets.
I have a
You've heard of
question.
worse pets. Yo, what up?
From Find Familiar, does it just summon a normal version, or does it do something like Find Steed where it says Celestial Fiend or Undead?
Mine is Celestial.
It is a warlock, Pact of the Chain familiar, so they can be different creature
Yes.
types.
I specifically
Confirmed.
talked with Aiden about this, though, is that is indeed a Celestial.
Which would then mean that if Thorin was to think to use Divine Senses, the beetle would show up on it.
It would, yes.
Correct.
But would Thorin really catch on enough
I
to
don't
think of
think
that?
no.
I don't think so, which is why...
See, that's the
That's
thing.
why
Like,
you're
I'm
metagaming and
aware
telling you
that
to do it.
most familiars are just, well, typically they're Fae, but besides the point.
And it is a beetle, and you are in the nation of Amity, a nation that has a very strong connection to the Feywild. You've heard of strange. You know that animals can get strange when it comes to the Feywild related stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
all in all,
I'm
you're
good.
unsure of whether it's a normal beetle or not.
Yeah, I'm good. Thorin wouldn't have done anything about it anyways. He was just looking at it.
Squish!
It would have been. I
Wish the
think
beetle,
he would
I
have
would
gotten
argue.
actually probably a kick out of it. But anyways, yeah. What was? He is complicated, to be sure.
Do you know him? I mean, it
No,
seems like
I
there's
have
at
no
least-
idea who that is.
Okay, I mean, it seems like there's at least some connection there. I don't know what it is, but I mean, he gave you the pat on the shoulder and everything, so that's the most physical interaction I've seen out of. I think they're a guy. I mean, he's very muscular. Well, you never know. I can't even. I don't even think there's an ounce of skin visible. I don't know. I don't like them. They scare me. I mean, they haven't lashed out at me or anyone else in the town yet. Just at the demon. So here's hoping.
Indeed.
At this point, Punchman comes flying through the wall at the mention of the word demon.
Oh, I think Chance
Alright.
should be arriving any moment now. He just asked if he should just hop in right now. Yeah, there's the lad.
Yo,
The man, the myth, the legend.
Emil walks in the moment Thorin's little dialogue starts.
As you guys are like starting to walk out, you guys finally see Emil coming up the stairs to the mayor's office. And Chief Tuberk just kind of like gives you Emil a look of just like, and where were you?
I had business other places.
Sure. All right. Well, now we are going to go to Thorin real quick. Okay. All right. I trust you've already sent word to your organization. I take it.
Yes.
All right. Good. How many watchers are under your purview? Do you know off the top of your head?
Would I? I'm not sure.
Yes. You know that you have about 10 watchers, 8 paladins and 2 rangers.
There are about 10 others in the area than I. Variety of skills. I've already contacted them and informed them where they needed to be.
Okay.
They should be at the area, if not already.
Alright, I'm just gonna hope they were instructed to be as unseen and as unobtrusive as possible. Yeah, just to not raise any awareness to the people, because again, that's... Well, for one, that's your guys' priority, and two, that's my priority. It's my job to make sure that this town remains as calm, as tranquil as possible. I mean, would it be better to let the people know of this sort of thing? I think most people would say yes, but unfortunately, I'm under a lot of scrutiny and a lot of eyes, and I could get in a lot of trouble, and me getting in trouble would get even more people in trouble, and then that would just cause a whole lot of issues for the town as a whole. So, I do believe it's the best course of action to make sure that the town remains uninformed of this event. Now, if shit gets worse and hits the fan, that's gonna be a different story, because there might come a point where the town, there's no way they won't know, so it's best that we break the ice then. But for now, we've had one incident, admittedly a bad incident, but one incident. Let's try and keep it there, and as long as it stays there, nobody else has to know. Got it?
That is a conversation for my higher ups.
Fair enough. I'm not sure
If
how
it
high
were
up
up
on
to
the bill.
me, we would inform the populace, inform them to stay inside as much as possible, and to not venture out of town. But I understand there are priorities outside of that.
Yeah, I don't know what your position on the totem pole is, so I'm just making assumptions here. Correct me if I'm wrong on some things. You guys may have procedures that I don't know. You guys definitely have procedures I don't know about, but that's not the point.
I just want to put out there that I am just sitting, arms crossed, just deadpan, just no nonsense.
You can see that Mayor Rowland Tracewood at this point he's sweating
Yeah, direct eye contact the entire time, just very oh, I'm like, we're not. This is business.
All right, well, to business. Talking of what we're facing, what was that creature? What should we expect from it?
He told me the name of it. I remember the deets, but hold on.
The name of it is the Marezi.
That was the Marezi. It is a demon capable of summoning undead. Its nature is closely tied with undead. It is dangerous if allowed to build up too large of an undead army.
Oh, that's great. No, okay. Calm, professional.
They are not. Thankfully, they are not very strong physically, and as relative to demons, are not too terribly hard to kill and send back to the abyss.
That's good to hear.
But again, so if we are able to catch them and prevent them from summoning too many of their undead thralls, the sooner we find any more there might be, the better.
This is a question I so do not want to ask, but when you say summon undead, do you mean like they conjure them out of nothing, or that they make them?
I believe it is that they make them out of dead bodies. That,
You would be correct.
yes. They require a dead body, but let's most demons against those unable to exhibit significant martial prowess have no difficulty providing them. Let me put it that way.
Great. Okay, well, shit. Only 2 weeks into this office and I'm already dealing with stuff like this. What did I do to deserve this? Alright.
Well,
Is there anything...
trial by fire, as they say.
Is there anything else I should understand about this whole operation? Because otherwise, for now, you're dismissed, and any further queries shall be directed towards Chief of Security, Darburg, out there. once you get
Yeah.
out there, if you happen to find the last kid that was here, Emil, I think was his name, let him know to come see me, because I do have business with him.
I will let him know you wish to see him. I tend to touch base with those likely already at the crime scene, and any pertinent information we will attempt to get to you as soon as possible.
All right, that's good to know. Well then, soldier, you're dismissed. Um,
I think I just his choice of soldier, you're dismissed. I just kind of eye contact with for like 3 more seconds, and then get up and walk out the door.
as you like get up and start to walk out, you hear him mutter under his breath, "Did I say something wrong? Oh, shit."
I'm not a soldier anymore.
Right.
And then I walk out the door.
Right. And once you walk out the door, you see Emil, and who else has like stuck around, like outside the office?
Well, he told us not to leave before Thorin came out, so I'm still waiting.
Jacob, Phoenix, either of you two, have you stayed?
I've already made my way to the temple, and
I am going to.
you know what I'm doing because I've told you privately, but
Yes.
I've not stuck around now.
I will be completing some previously needed business. But before I leave the office, I will ask a question to Chief DeBerg. Chief DeBerg,
Yes.
how many of your men have fought a demon before?
From my count, 2 of them.
You see a visible look of dread cross over Heinrich's face.
That does, however, not include me. I as well.
I see. That gives me some useful information. And Heinrich is going to walk like he has a New York minute to spare out the office.
I think
Before you go, and now that Thorin's out here, as well as the kid, let me give you one last little thing. Maggots, you listen to me, and you listen well. Where there are one of those fuckers, there can be innumerable more. This entire town is at severe risk, and I must walk a fine line between tightening security to a steel grip, while also not panicking those living here or vacationing here. If word gets out, the populace falls to panic, making things even more difficult to lock down. So you have 2 options. Either shut your mouths tight about what is happening and assist with efforts to secure this town, considering you all seem quite capable, or you can sit in the corner of your motel room, sucking your own thumb, crying yourself to sleep. Are we understood?
how big is this guy?
He's like a good 6'2", probably.
Cool. I'm almost a full foot taller than him. I'm just gonna kind of get a little too close to him, just like.
He does not give you an inch.
Okay.
Needs something.
Wolfram opens his eyes for the first time in this meeting, and he has the same exact look in his eyes which I do right now, looking straight towards DeBorg.
If you have something to say, spit it out.
No, do a good job protecting the town. I think I'll go cry in my room. I head towards the library.
Okina is gonna fly out of the room and start making his way back towards me.
The little beetle just kind of flutters out of the room, and he just looks at it as it's flying off.
Now, for proper instructions, since you all seem fairly level-headed, we have to find where that creature originated from. Whether it was summoned by some cultish group or it was spawned from somewhere. The former is preferable, as once the cult is shut down, as are the continued existence of those fiends. But if it is spawned from somewhere, then we must figure out what is spawning it, which can be a whole other issue. And a whole host of things. We'll next meet tomorrow at the scene of where it was first spotted if you intend to help. I recommend that you all take however much time you need to recharge. You all have your own business to attend to, but I do request that you all pitch in your efforts to this. The more hands we can have on deck for this, the faster we can deal with the issues and get back to the status quo. Now, Matt Racewood has one more announcement, once he's done with the other one. Emil, you, in his office.
Yes, sir. Emil just walks by unbothered.
Before we get to Meal and Tracewood, I can get any information back yet or no?
No. You have not
Okay.
heard anything back, President.
Yeah, and yeah, as
Sure.
sorry,
You can go.
I was just gonna say as Heinrich kind of speed walks away, Thorin catches up to him and is just like, "Are you okay?" Like kind of that comrade squeezing the shoulder, like, "You okay?"
I suppose it is in line with my fortunes that the demons arrive on the very days that I touch this place. I have work to do. I have work to do, and well, schnapps to buy. I don't doubt the chieftain's capability of defending this place, but I don't think he quite understands the magnitude of what a demon incursion would be.
Nor I, friend.
How
I
far
plan to go
away
touch-
has Heinrich walked at this point before Thorin grabbed him?
I would like to also state that Punchman is following Heinrich and Thorin.
That's fine.
I've gone a good way down the hall. I have the tact to not actively insult a person to their face.
Okay.
I don't. I wouldn't really mind if he heard us. I didn't like his attitude. Yeah. So I'm just very much. Just because I saw his he wasn't okay in the office, I'm just kind of like. I think just instinctively, I'm gonna pump a lay on hands just for cure disease, even though I as a player know that's not gonna do anything.
Okay. You can still feel
But
that sort
just-
of like warm energy sort of like wash over you. It definitely is relaxing, even if for but a moment.
Yeah, just like catch a breath almost. Just yeah.
I suppose this venture will be less of a vacation now, and one in which I can perform a field test of sorts. I'm going to turn over to our dear old man in the stone helmet. We still have nothing to call you, do we? No name for you.
I am just staring at you. You can see my fists are clenched.
That's what's come in time.
Man, if you were
I suppose you want to face them again. Those things.
I'm running out.
I'm gonna look over to Thorin.
just
I
I'll look back like what? He's
I don't think I will be spending some time in my hotel room at the current moment. at the current moment, I feel that it is important that we ensure the defenses of this town are sufficient to withstand a demon of this caliber.
I plan to touch base with some of my comrades in the area. You will be one of the first to hear of any significant moves that need to be made.
That is appreciated. This is appreciated, Thorin. So I must give the burden of him to you. So I am
I
not certain he is
believe
capable of sitting in a room for too long as I tinker.
some of our specialists will want to view him anyways.
I will look back over to Punchman. However, if you desire to see how the world of man has changed since your departure, I will be willing to share it with you. I'm then going to give a less formal but still polite, like, kind of gesture of like leaving, and then I am going to make my way towards the distillery / brewery or wherever they sell the schnapps here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the forest to touch base with some more of the planeswatchers.
Right. Before you leave, Heinrich, you can see me relaxed almost. I nod my head a bit. Later. And I'm gonna head off with Thorin.
Alright. Emil. You walk into Mayor Tracewood's office, and I'll give you the description for it since, you weren't here for it. Some of the shelves, the room itself seems like it's been going through some renovations. Some of the shelves on the one side of the room are this sort of glass shelving with silver accents, while on the other side of the room are very modest sort of oak shelves with books on various subjects. The desk that Tracewood sits at is very decorated, with hand carvings of various trees and leaf-like patterns, with a nameplate reading Mayor Rollin Tracewood II. The flooring was likely in the middle of being ripped up, with a few marble tiles in the corner of the room, with most of the rest of the floor being replaced with spruce planks. Okay. Alright, so, Emil, I'm aware that Silverheart had many interesting contacts and connections. Well, I'm not him. I've dug through quite a few of his personal documents he had lying around this office. And as well as his own hidden away records elsewhere, and I'll be happy to answer anything or try to answer any questions that you may have. And if you have any questions relating to the whole monster business, I can try to answer that. If you really want answers on that, you talk to the big mountain of a man, Thorin. He's the guy to go to for this. But so yeah, I'm not the guy you're looking for. I'm aware of that. But whatever questions you may have, I can try to answer them if you have any.
To be honest, Mayor, I'm not a big supporter of my father's business, so I prefer not to have to do my job when I don't have to, so this comes as a relief.
That's good to hear.
I just prefer to get down to the business concerning what we saw earlier today.
Yeah, that's probably best. Well, the basics of it is, this is me paraphrasing admittedly, but it's a monster that can summon undead from corpses, it seems, through some sort of magic. It is not from this world at all. It is a demon. I don't know if you were old enough to remember the days of the Arcana conflict. I mean, you were alive then, I'm sure. You do not look younger than 10. But, not sure if you really remember much of it. It was a pretty bad time for Aegis Grad, and really for everyone around them, Amity included. I really can't tell how much I can say about this sort of thing. Oh, I can probably go over the paperwork that I had to file, which, so, it essentially comes down to this. I sent off documents and incident reports off to the capital of Amity, to Wellspriggans. They'll be aware of what's happened here. They won't be made aware of a few things. One, us meeting in my office. Like, according to my reports, I instructed you all to immediately go to your rooms for at least a day to stay safe. And I also didn't report on the weird man in the armor out there. He scares me. I don't even know how to explain who he is, and I don't want to know what he'd be like dealing with the judicial system. So,
If you want, Mayor, I could find out. Well, I could try and find out more about him for you.
about Silverheart?
No.
No?
The scary one.
Oh, the scary one. I mean, if you want to find stuff out about him, you go ahead. It's your business. I just don't want him near me. I'm afraid he's going to punch a hole through my head. His fists look jagged and misshapen. I don't want to deal with him. He looks strong. I mean, I can lift things, but I'm not strong. So really, I don't care about information relating to him. You can do that on your own. I will advise you to stay within the city, to not go anywhere. You know, it's something that I'm going to tell them. They need to know this, legally speaking, otherwise they might be in trouble. But yeah, the only real information that I think I can give you on where Penleaf Silverheart is a mob basically chased him out of town. There are some people saying that the mob tore him apart and killed him. I don't really believe that. I don't think anybody here is really the type to just outright kill a man. Although I could be wrong with you people. It's debatable, but I doubt it. Others say that they just chased him off to God's nowhere. Tell you what, if I had to guess where he went, the most likely place would be the capital, Wellspriggans. He was a very big businessman over there. He came to here as just sort of an easy job. Nobody here liked him. I only just got put into place as mayor like 2 weeks ago. To take his place. I had no experience before this. I'm getting rambly. I'm sorry. But if there's any place where I'd guess he's at the capital right now. You know, that's where most of his connections and friends, quote unquote, are. Nobody likes the guy. It's just he's got a lot of money, and people here like money.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really all I can say as to where he is. If you have any other questions about him, anything else that you might need to know, I might have something, but I'm going to be honest, the documents he left behind weren't anything really damning. They were just scummy business decisions.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't have any other questions or anything like that, I'd
What
say...
can you tell me about Mr. Yeager?
Mr. Yeager, God, I mean, what can be said about him that hasn't already been said? I mean, he's a war hero, the genius inventor, and not only that, very hard on crime with his whole. Oh, I probably shouldn't be saying that next to you. That's probably a sore subject. Never mind, I said that. I mean, he's a big public figure in Aegisgrad. What else can I say about him? I don't really know much about the guy. I'm not big into Asian politics or manufacturing. You know,
Why did you send a letter to him? Because he was just war hero?
What was that?
I said, why did you send him a letter?
Send him a letter.
Why is he healed?
I don't... I mean, I was going to ask him why he was here while we were doing our tour of the town, but... I never got the chance to ask that question, so if you want to know why he's here, the person I'd recommend asking is him. But, I mean, I just knew he was coming here. That's just the information I know. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's here on like a vacation or something like that, but I could be wrong. You know, I didn't exactly get like a detailed report on the guy.
All right, Mayor. This was a good talk. Goodbye. Emil like just promptly gets up, waves his hand, and turns around and starts to walk out the door.
Just make sure to stay a little bit so Derber can tell you all the rest to everyone else out there.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure I got all the rest.
Actually, you know,
already.
It's legal jargon. It's probably best I just say that myself. All right, and he walks out with you. All right, so where did like most of you go? Who is still currently here? Outside of Emil.
Everybody's gone.
Everybody's gone.
Shit. Okay.
To be fair, it is not hard to find a 6'2" purple tiefling in town.
Okay.
Emil immediately disappears.
Shit.
Like Batman, just gone.
Fuck. Okay. No. Okay. Dabarik, we gotta split up. We gotta tell them this shit. If we don't tell them this, they could be arrested. Alright, split up. Alright, so. Who wants to go first with their business?
I mean, I'm just going to the scene where we fought, where I assume all the other planeswatchers that I contacted would be.
Since he's doing that, I think a part of what I'm doing also relates to that. So I would like to just talk about what I'm doing. Okay. So I've headed to the library, but I've sent my owl to the scene of the crime. So my owl would meet up with Cameron's character, with Thorin.
Sorry, repeat that again?
So I have headed out to the library to do my business there, but I've sent my owl to the crime scene.
Okay.
I'm basically spreading myself incredibly thin to try to get a lot done.
All right. So Thorin, as you're like beginning to head over to the forest, you do see the owl that's kind of been like generally hanging around Wolfram, sort of like fly around you and almost like trail you. All right. Let's see here. All right. Let's see. I'll just do it by dice roll to see who goes first. I'll just do a good old D6 roll.
Okay.
I call number 1.
You're not calling numbers. I'm just going by the order that's on by my fucking screen on Discord. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Can I have 7?
Yes, Jacob, you can have 7. All right, so 4, which is Emil. Your business is up first. So, Emil, what exactly are you doing right now?
I'm finding the stingiest part of Hearthstone, and then I'm trying to leave. I'm trying to contact Strahil.
All right. It doesn't take you long to just find like a good like lengthy alleyway, and it's not difficult for you to just blend into a crowd and slip by. And as you're sort of as you sort of reach the end of the alleyway, you hear the familiar low-volumed echoed cackle of oh, Emil. And from around the corner of the alleyway, you can see that the gloved hand, long slender fingers, wide crooked smile, and the horned halo of Strahil. How is my good friend doing this day? I've heard some local chatter of many precarious individuals arriving into town. And is certain someone I informed you about before you left. How did you like my little surprise guest?
I really admit, Strahil, creepy as you are, it surprised me at first, but I think I've come to appreciate it. So thank you.
Glad you can appreciate my work. Now, I assume
You meant to contact me? Why else would you be in such a stingy part of this beautiful town? It is a shame, though, that Silverheart is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. But you know what I care for and what I don't. I don't have to talk to you about this. What I would like to know, Sahil, is have you heard anything on that web of yours, underground and such, of what I saw out there today? I'm sure you've already heard wind of that somehow.
Oh, I'm more than aware of what you saw. Luckily, none of the rumors have quite reached the populace, so I have indeed heard some murmurings begin. After all, the gods don't just close off the forest for no reason. People are beginning to wonder already and question. And right as these sort of things break, that is when the talk is the most frequent and the loudest. So, I would be very careful with the information that gets spread around. Can't have it getting too serious now, can we?
Sahil, you know me. Have I asked you for many favors before?
Not too many. A few, but not enough, I would say.
Well, I would consider these one of those times, my friends. And when Emil says my friend, you can see his face deadens like heavily.
His smile grows wider.
I would like you to keep the information under control, according to that idiot, whatever. I can't even remember his name or what he does, but I remember he was talking about something and his security was like a word. But, you know, keep the information under control, please.
I shall do my best. Consider this a favor that you will owe before. Not a big
Consider-
favor, but a favor nonetheless.
And consider it repaid. Anyway, I must go find the others.
Yes, please do. You have much work ahead of you, my friend.
And you blink, Mr. Heel is gone.
I vaguely remember Thorin and Heinrich going somewhere, and I just head to the last location. I think I remember them, which was like in front of the mayor building or around that area, walking away. And I'm just gonna start to go look for them.
You saw where Thorin was going as he was walking out of the town hall. You could tell he was heading in the direction of the forest. As for Heinrich, where is Heinrich going?
The brewery.
Okay, and that is where you saw Heinrich heading off to.
A smoothie.
So they're going in entirely separate directions.
A smoothie.
Who are you looking to trail?
I think it's time for some schnapps with a friend, not a disgusting creature. Ugh.
Alright, so now we're going to pan over to Heinrich. Let's see here. And you find yourself outside of the local tavern. And you see on the sign, it says the Cozy Court Tavern.
I'm gonna take a glance. I'm just taking a deep breath. And I'm going to calmly enter the tavern.
Okay. Make a wisdom save for me. Okay. Home and merriment, warmth and coziness. This is the feeling you get looking into the open entrance inwards to the Cozy Court Tavern. A classy and old-timey Amidian-styled exterior made primarily of a sort of pinkish pine wood and cobblestone at the base of the building, with a circular entranceway, with a hand-painted sign dangling just off a post above the door. You enter down the few stairs and see a lively tavern floor, with a fairly classical layout, a clearly hand-carved wooden bar, takes up the majority of the right wall, circular tables placed evenly throughout the floor, a slightly raised stage up against the wall, and the stairs to the tavern rooms off to the left, with patrons going up and down regularly. Heading the bar seems to be an incredibly old gnomish man, wrinkles and lines on his face so saggy and prominent they almost droop over his eyes. He wears wide spectacles that have clearly been repaired by hand numerous times, and wearing a pair of beat-up overalls just over a white and red striped button-up. Yet, despite his decrepit appearance, he's just as lively and loud as all the other patrons.
I'm going to walk up to the bar. Excuse me, my good man. Good day.
As you approach the bar, the old gnome looks up, his eyes just peeking through his overly bushy eyebrows.
Oh, well, hello there, traveler. How goes things? What can I do for you? We have mead, we have berry mead, wild berry mead, sweet mead, classic Aegean beer, classical dwarven beer, tea of every variety. You name it, I have it. Or if I don't have it, I can try and bake it or mix it.
And you just
Nine,
feel
nine.
this, like, warm energy just radiating off of this man.
Nine, my good man. I am here for, well, me and a friend. I require 2 bottles of Amitian schnapps, if you have any, in stock.
That's the one thing I was hoping you wouldn't ask for. My apologies. The Lotus Ball takes a toll on the tavern every now and again. I can offer you something else if you'd like. Unfortunately, we don't have any stock of Amitian schnapps for you.
I see. Where would I be able to get some schnapps per se? This Lotus Ball, it occurs within Velspriggans, yeah?
You would be very correct. You
I see.
won't find any schnapps basically anywhere other than the ball, admittedly, for probably the next month, most likely, if not more. Supply chains are weird. It'll only be a good 2 weeks of travel if you're looking for an extended vacation. Though, you need a good reason to attend the ball. I mean, it's a massive event, but only because wealthy and noble from all over the world are invited. If you're not that, well then, we're out of luck.
I see.
And you can very clearly tell he does not recognize who you are.
That's good. Out of character, is this the room that has my... Is this the tavern with my room, or is that an entirely different hotel?
No, it is an entirely different hotel.
Spectacular. Could I get some Aegean beer to go? I still have to take some time to unpack in my hotel.
Well, of course, there, good old friend. I can get you just that.
And he like wanders over, just like less wanders, more hobbles over just like a few steps to the right, to where all the taps are, and takes out like a fairly decent sized mug. Like for him, it's a large mug. For you, it's normal size. And he begins pouring what seems to be just a good old fashioned, standard issue beer, about what you'd find on average in Aegis Grad.
And there you go. That'll be 2 copper pieces when you're done.
And he hobbles over to another person trying to get his attention.
If you want anything else, just let me know.
And by now, Emil, you can clearly see Heinrich sitting just at the bar from the entrance of the tavern.
Quietly but quickly, he just walks across the bar and sits down very gently next to Heinrich.
Would you like to make a stealth check?
Sure.
How much is Heinrich actively paying attention to his surroundings?
Considering the current situation, he is hyper vigilant.
Make a perception check then. Unfortunately, with the sheer amount of noise and traffic that is going on in this bar, you being hyper-vigilant means you're hearing, like, dozens of different footsteps at a time, as well as the several dozen people actively talking.
Your head
What?
explodes.
But you do indeed notice somebody sit right next to you at a bar that has a lot of open seats. And you just kind of, out of your periphery, look, and you can tell it's Emil.
It's loud, so I can probably at least mask off slightly. I don't suppose you're here to share a fine drink with an old acquaintance.
Truly, well, I wouldn't consider you an old acquaintance. I am fine with sharing a fine drink, to be honest. Waiter? Waiter, hello?
Ah, yes, what can I do for you there, scamp?
Oh, what is your heaviest drink?
Oh, heaviest drink. Well, let's see, what do we got here? Oh, I got myself a good old-fashioned blackout stout.
Yes, 2 mugs of those, please.
Ah, yeah, I'll knock you flat on your ass. Coming right up.
And he actually goes, like, into the back. And it, like, takes a minute. He comes back out with these 2, like, hefty mugs. Slams them down the table.
Those ones are a bit more expensive. Those will be 2 silver peaches each. Hey, it takes a lot to make those.
As he begins to, like, wander off, almost, like, singing to himself.
Emil picks up both, and he turns over to Heinrich, and he hands him one. And he says, he raises up, like, in a gesture to cheers, and he says, "To history."
I'm gonna grab it, ensuring that my hand never goes near his. I'll raise my mug to history.
Emil just pounds it.
Make
much as he can.
Constitution
Heinrich-
save for me there.
Heinrich will sit.
You, like, throw this back. Ooh. This tastes like almost pure rubbing alcohol type amount of alcohol. And immediately, it immediately triggers your gag reflex. If not, you feel like you instantly want to throw this back up. Make another con save for me. You throw that shit back, it hits your tongue. It starts to go down. Immediately, your body reacts. It comes right back up, luckily, right back into your mug. And you don't make that much of a mess on yourself. You spill a little bit of it, but it's like a cheers.
Heinrich, whilst slowly nursing this blackout stout, because this isn't the first time he's been a young man has tried to drink him under the table with the hardest swill he can find. He's just gonna nurse it as he's raising his eyebrows.
It tastes awful. It does, but you've had it before, so it's not like you don't know what to expect.
Though you perhaps hopings that's the constitution of someone who was in a very dangerous and injuring conflict would have given you a better chance at drinking me under the table.
Emil just bursts out laughing. Consider it's a sign of good faith. Earlier I was a bit prickly, but concerning the present situation now, I don't really care about any of that. I'm not really, well, to be honest with you, and Emil now, like, hushes his voice to, like, just audible enough that Heinrich can hear him. I'm not really much of a proponent for my father's business.
Now, when he says father's business, you're not necessarily sure what that means.
Oh,
precisely.
I don't know what it means, but I understand what he's getting at.
Oh yeah, no, you do.
I'm going to pick up the beer I ordered. Take a nice long draft of that. then to that we are agreed. At the current moment, we cannot be bickering amongst ourselves. This is the time. This is a time for people to come together to face what could be a possible threat. As I'm speaking more about the current situation, I am being as discreet as I can with it. It's a current situation. It demands that whilst we don't ignore the history we have, we don't allow it to consume us. To that I can say you're certainly not unlike him. That adaptability does you well.
Thank you, that means much to me.
That is good. Well, I cannot spend too much time, and unfortunately, I cannot drink this stout as swiftly as you. My health is not as great as I'm not as hale and hearty as you are as a young man, and I have work to do.
Heinrich, make another wisdom save for me. As you say that, Emil, you can pick up on his hands beginning to become uneasy, almost trembling a little bit. You can kind of see like the shaking of his glass. And Heinrich, you can pick up on this as well.
I will try to still it as it occurs, but I'm not going to try so hard that it will cause me to like visibly show effort.
To which you've dealt with this before. It's not the first time, so you know how at least how to hide it.
Just carefully takes note of the sledge I'm doing, and then just turns back to the bar and orders a tea.
Ah, tea? Yeah, sure. What kind do you want? I got a few.
Have you heard of? I think it's called jasmine tea.
Ah, jasmine tea. Yeah, I got that right here, actually. I'm pretty sure I just had a kettle of it boiling. Ah, yeah, right there. Just had another pot ready.
And he like goes in the back, takes the kettle, pours a cup, puts it back down.
I'll be... Oh, what was it?
And you can see like Pierce under the counter.
2 copper.
Emil just reaches into his pocket and just slides a gold coin across the table.
Thanks for doing business. I'll also just keep this on your tab in case you order anything further.
Pockets the gold.
Thank you, my friends.
What was that?
Thank you, my friends.
Of course. How else you supposed to do it? They hand you that much sum of money, you're supposed to just take it and not use it for the rest of what he orders? It makes no sense.
Like he is beginning to ramble as he walks off.
I'm going to put the the 2 silver and the 2 copper on the table, and I will throw in an extra. It's good service. I'll throw in an extra gold for the man, and I am just going to disappear. I am heading back to my my hotel room without a word.
All right. He pays his tab, gives a generous tip, and Emil, you see Heinrich just walk off without a word, and not in a hurry per se, but definitely with purpose.
He just returns to the bar and just listens to the chatter. Not in like a investigative sort of way now, just taking in the people.
It's mostly just like idle chatter, but like on people's breaks for the most part. It seems like it's just mostly people having a good time and bullshitting with each other. You get the feeling that the community of this town is very closely knit. So it seems like everyone here knows each other to a fair extent. You hear like one person talking with another about like the conversations that were being had between you and Heinrich, but it's less of a I wonder what these guys are up to, and more of just like a, huh, that was weird. Kid just spat up it. Kid ordered a blackout stout and just immediately spat it right back up. Figures as much. I mean, look at the kid. He's scrawny as hell. I can't imagine he'd handle a sip of that shit.
Literal halflings calling Emil scrawny.
Emil continues to order blackout stouts until he can no longer move, and then eventually somehow finds
That
his
is
way back
another
to his
half,
hotel room.
my guy.
You don't even need more than the one you ordered. You get halfway through drinking your current one. Give me a Constitution save for me. You get a good halfway through, and you can definitely feel yourself loosening up. But it hasn't hit quite yet. And eventually you manage to completely down the rest of your drink. Give me one more save at disadvantage. The moment you, like, place the mug down and, like, raise your hand up to order another, your hand swiftly slams into the bar. You, like, grab your hand out of pain and then immediately fall backwards off of the stool you were sitting on. And now you're just kind of lying there on your back. And you can see the people that were, like, immediately around you seem a mix of concerned and, like, expected this. Because they saw the drink that you were chugging.
Am I unconscious?
No, but you are well beyond drunk to properly function. It is, frankly, actually surprising that you managed to handle it. But, frankly, you're chalking that up to more beginner's luck than your actual constitution.
Am I permanently prone?
Until you sober up, yes.
Eventually, you see the barkeep, like wander up to you.
You okay down there, Sonny? You don't look so hot there. Say, get somebody to take you to your room. You have a room?
By the way, is the barkeeper's name Lloyd?
No. That was definitely an opportunity for me. I could have taken that, but no. I had a much funnier name in mind.
Alright, let me get somebody to take you home, kid. Don't try too hard. Alright.
Somewhere there's a room. Nah.
I'm sure there is a room somewhere, you know. You gave me a good tip. I'll just lodge you in a spare room. Nobody's taken right now. I'll let you sort yourself out. I'll make sure you got somebody to take care of you.
And he actually, like, picks you up. And he's definitely not strong, but he's still, like, physically competent for as old of a man as he is.
Alright, come on, let's get you up these stairs now.
And he takes you up to about, like, the third room, like on the first floor of the, well, second floor of the tavern, but, like, in terms of the tavern rooms, the first floor. And just kind of throws you onto the bed, of which you're, like partially leaning off, as he's, like, trying to push you back up fully.
Now, come on, you get right here. There you go. Yeah, that should be good. I'll make sure somebody checks up on you, gives you hydration and all that. I mean, you chugged the blackout stout. That's not good for you. I have it there, mostly for dwarves. And even then, it still knocks some of them on their asses. I'm surprised you're still conscious. Good on you. Don't try it again, though. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, last time I had somebody do that, and he starts rambling again as he's walking off, and just sort of lightly shuts the door. Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unless, nah, we'll get to the rest of your stuff, Jacob, after somebody else.
Absolutely fine.
Let's see. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Punchman. What exactly is your doings right now?
Right now, I'm just following Thorin, assuming he's going back to the forest, right?
Yep. Alright, so then we'll do both of you at the same time. You guys get to, like, the very edge of the forest. And at the entrance to it, you only see the, like, the town guard posted up at the entrance. Of which they, like, step in front of you for a second. Then they kind of realize who you are, and just kind of slowly step aside. So to put their spears at their side.
My boy is also there.
Yep, yeah, your owl is also there.
Alright, you guys can go on ahead.
And you make your way through the forest. You really didn't get that far into the forest before the encounter happened. And eventually you come across the scene of it all, and currently you see two other paladins at the site. Mostly it's other druids and town's guard. Currently, you don't know where the rest of them are. Let me see here. And as you sort of get to the actual main scene, you see the two paladins like step away and step up to you in a sharp salute. Seem to be two paladins in basic unmarked half plate. One Aegean man, likely from Aegis Squad North, considering his pale complexion and sort of like softer black hair. And then the second, a dwarven man, likely going on like his 30s, given how relatively short and somewhat unkempt his beard is.
So, Thorin, we, might we take this discussion somewhere away from the... I mean, unless he's with you.
He arrived. This is an additional issue I believe we need to deal with. Like, yeah, just kind of sinking
You're
into
gonna
like,
beat the shit out of Punch Man.
yeah, like
Did
I
you just call me
believe
an
this
issue?
is a separate, but yeah, this is another thing that needs to be
Another
discussed.
thing. Right. So, considering the banishment of the foe at hand, do you, care to fill us in on what we're facing against, sir? Is it mere cultish activity, or are we facing the real deal here?
Well, I was sent to investigate rumors of demonic, I believed cults, but this was a full demon. This wasn't a demonically twisted creature like most cults tend to create. Summon, most of them don't have the power to do a full summoning without significant spellcasting prowess or significant sacrifices. If there were sacrifices around, we would have heard more than just rumors. There would be a larger missing persons case out. And I believe I just go into like full, like this is my job. I've been doing it for years. Just full breakdown of what it could be and just using them. Is there any sort of roll I can make to get a feel for what this may have been?
Do an Arcana check.
Oh boy, I'm not great at those.
While he's doing this describing, I would like my character to basically be paying attention, not at all, and I'm going to be scanning the like tree lines and looking off into the distance to see if I can see anything. If I should make a perception or whatever.
Perception check, Arena.
Full 8.
My boy is doing the same exact thing as him. My boy is searching around looking for his shit.
After owl, do a perception check and give it advantage, considering it is an owl and can fly around the forest to get a better view.
He do be doing that.
In terms of an Arcana check, it's much more difficult to say. admittedly, you currently don't have enough information to really fully say what caused this creature to be here. You haven't heard of any major missing persons reports in this area, nor has any sort of major events other than what has happened here happened elsewhere. Not in this area, at least. You previously, before you came here, you had dealt with a different cult, but it was still relatively small, and the creatures that it had were also very small in size.
Yeah.
And Punchman,
Uh,
admittedly, there's not much you can really find. I mean, the corpses of the undead are still there, as well as the scorch marks of where the demon was. But beyond that, it doesn't seem like much has changed. It seems like they made a pretty good effort to make sure that, for the most part, the scene was left undisturbed until Thorin got here.
Noctua rolled a 28.
With Noctua can actually spot quite a bit. Not in terms of any additional, like, demonic activity, but they can see that there's a lot more just, like, people on the scene in general. Mostly it's druids, but they seem to be able to blend in very well to the background of this forest. And well, the like previous little like wisps and spirits that were like hanging around the area, they still have not returned either. But the general like noises of the animals have picked back up, it seems.
I want to turn to the two rangers who are here and get any feedback from them.
The ranger's not currently here. It's currently just the two
Oh,
paladins.
We are currently just the scouting party, as it were. The rest of the troop shall be arriving within the next few hours.
uh-huh.
So, ideally they'll show up soon. But we haven't been able to glean much else. The undead are certainly, well, spawned by the creature. There's no sign of infections or diseases causing them. It seems entirely magic-based. And in terms of their identities, there's only one that we were able to identify, and they are indeed a missing persons report, but the bad news is they're not from this area. They're from a good 20 miles at least away. So either they were killed far away from here and brought over here and stealthily, or they went missing first, wandered over around to this area, and then this happened. Not much else can be gleaned from the rest of them. They're too torn apart and decrepit, and decayed at this point. It seems their flesh has begun to atrophy at a much more alarming rate now that their body is not being upkept. But that is all I can safely report as of this moment. I only arrived not even some time ago. I have been here for maybe 30 minutes at most.
Does your group have any way to contact those on the mainland?
Yes, we do. There are others. The rangers, I believe, are the ones that have the other services.
And
They are able to contact both Karadun as well as headquarters.
I don't know if those are fully clarified. How much, like, where do I stand in rank with these guys?
You are this squad's like commanding officer, basically.
Okay.
And you have, technically speaking, the same rank as people like Karadun and Leviticus.
Okay, yeah. Then once the Rangers get here, do a full survey of the area. You continue to keep the area clear of any civilians. The druids who live here, try to keep them away from the immediate area of the fight. But if they wish to help us survey, do not hinder them in any way. Keep me updated. There are a number of other um, interested parties into this. I'm going to continue staying in town who on the official side of things.
Right.
Do a full survey and sweep of the area. Report back to me if you find any characterize defining characteristics of exactly what happened.
Will do, sir.
And just given their mannerisms, it's abundantly clear that these two men here are green as all possible. Like there's a good chance that this might be their first assignment.
Oh, great. Um, let's
You can very clearly tell that your party was not expected to find anything.
Yeah, this was supposed to be just like we gotta check up on everything. Overly cautious, yeah. Um, do I have any way to contact? Like, do I know I had the sending stone to get in contact with this group, but do I have any way to contact the?
This sending stone goes to multiple people, but it doesn't go to anybody at the mainland. It goes to the other commanding officers that are like
Yeah.
in the area currently.
Well, I would like to touch base. Is this one that I could use multiple times a day? I forget how sending stones work in this.
Unfortunately, no. This is a once per day
Yeah.
sending stone.
I plan to speak to the other commanding officers once on tomorrow to get some more men down here for a full breakdown of this. Um,
I know how far I can get.
hmm. But yeah, and just doing. Yeah, I'm gonna leave them with those orders and then turn to Punch Man and just kind of like. And since these guys are green, there's not really a whole lot I can like. Is there? You don't seem to speak in many more words than two or three. Is that?
I growl.
The two paladins that are with you kind of like slowly put their hand to their sword pommels. Not like actively grabbing at it or like quickly switching to it, just kind of like a
Yeah.
So might we be accommodated to who your companions?
That is a question I would like answered myself. Does do you are you is there any way you would like to be addressed? Is there a better way of communicating?
Violence.
Oh, great. Just I would like to hit another divine sense as well.
You send out the pulse, and I'm guessing it's like focused on him mostly.
I mean, yeah, kind of, as well as just big reads on any more. I know I did it right after the fight, but I will just want to, for
Hey, Aiden,
thoroughness.
Yeah, Kyle.
because I was an ex-paladin, I know what divine sense is.
You
and what
know
it,
what divine sense is, yes, and you know what it looks like. It to the trained eye, it is a very brief but still noticeable like pulse of light, usually like a gold color, but depending on who the paladin is too, that color can be different. But this one is, it's less gold and more of just like a flat white almost.
As you do this, you can just describe your thing, Aiden.
You sense the like faint whiffs of the previous undead that were here, and not much else. But as you then focus to punch man, you get that immediate and overpowering smell of like sulfur and fire coming off of him. He's not registering as like fiendish or devilish, but the smell like clings to him.
I think
Smell.
immediately I think I pull out the warhammer just on instinct, just like grab it and just kind of adrenaline and just.
You see my fists clench, and I look up at you. You mock me, and I'm going to leave. I'm going to where I last seen Heinrich.
That is a complicated issue. I believe multiple people are working on.
You
Hold
would have
down
also sensed my owl. I didn't want to interrupt the drama.
Yes. You would indeed pick up on the owl that's been following you. It does indeed register as Fae.
Okay, can I? What do I have here? Let's see. Would I know enough to think this would be a familiar? Or?
I don't think Divine Sense triggers for Fae, but my owl is celestial.
Oh, celestial. Okay. Well, then it triggers for that.
Yeah.
Make an Arcana check at advantage. Oh, excuse me. That punch fan interaction. I was legitimately getting the forest combat map ready.
I loved his dialogue there because it shows he's capable of more complicated thoughts.
17.
Um, 17. You can frankly make a pretty good assumption that this is likely a familiar or some similar type of being.
Fuck that and just be like, I believe that may be one of.
You would have seen it on my shoulder because it is normally on my shoulder.
Okay. That is a conversation I'll have with another person. And then before I leave, I do want to just do a detect magic.
Alrighty.
And just, like, do a perimeter of this entire area. And if there are any druids around, I would like to talk to them and ask them about anything in the recent days.
So, in terms of anything negative that you might detect, fortunately and unfortunately, you find nothing. There seems to be basically nothing left. The surrounding forest is very magical. Like, you can just get that, like, faint whiff of magic just coming off of basically everything in the forest. And then you can detect, like, one of the, actually, no, not one. Two of the druids that are kind of, like, not skulking in the bushes, but have kind of just been, like, hiding out and around, just, like, surveying for damage, it seems. And
Standard druid's home forest, yeah.
Yeah, and one of them just kind of peeks their head up. Do you need something?
Yes, I was wondering, whether anything in the past few days about any suspicious people around, any people doing any mysterious magic in the vicinity? Have you heard any rumors of? Has there been a significant decrease in animal populations of people? Is there anything you can tell me of?
The only thing that I can tell you is that there has recently been a horrid stench coming from areas around here. I wouldn't say it's decaying flesh smell, though that has been recently added with the corpses that have filled this area, but it's been prevalent much before that. It smells more of feces, and not of animal feces either. That smell generally just permeates into the forest, and you'll only ever really smell it if you're up close to any of it. But just this general area has been reeking with a certain stench of feces.
Does that kick anything in the back of my mind of anything?
Make a general intelligence check.
Oh boy, straight rolls. I don't know why, but the rolls I make are so laggy.
Yeah, for some reason.
I don't know if everyone's been experiencing that, but
For some reason, my chat isn't aligned. It's like everything's sunk a little bit, and I can't scroll down.
Oh. That's weird.
See, I have a different issue. Everything is skewed to the left.
What do they do?
Roll20 is funky whenever they update something.
14.
Unfortunately, nothing really rings any bells to you. Yeah, that's kind of not something you've ever really heard before. I mean, there's certainly places that you've gone to that have smelled awful, and you've certainly had the feces smell thing before if you're in like the slums of certain cities, but you really can't place that to anything.
Like, that doesn't tie with demonic activity specifically.
Not inherently, no.
Okay.
I mean, some demons do tend to stink, especially if they relate to
Yeah.
undead, but again, this isn't rotten corpse smell or burning hair smell, this is shit.
Yeah.
And
100%.
now that it's pointed out, you take like a whiff of the area, and ooh, yeah, no, you can definitely tell what they're talking about.
Is it? I kind of like. And is it stronger? Is it coming from a specific area,
It
or
seems
has
to
it just been permeating?
It seems to just be permeating the area, really.
That could just be a general. See, when significant otherworldly forces are interacting with an area for any significant power or time frame, they just tend to warp the area in general, unspecific ways. So
That would
that
imply
could just.
that would imply that this creature has been here for quite some time, which, it certainly could be possible. I would rather not think of such an idea.
Or an equally unlikable thought, significantly powerful magics are being worked that it's changing the environment so much.
Well, we will continue to do our own investigations and surveys of the land. And we shall let either you, Daburik, or just any god or paladin that we have access to, we shall let them know.
Yes. Please, if you think of anything or if there's any aid you wish to give to our men, that would be much appreciated.
Of course, we shall provide what services we can. This is
Wonderful.
our forest, and the town is an extension of such. We shall do our
And
part.
then, thank you. And then I just kind of give parting salutes to the paladins on the scene, and I'm heading back to town to touch base with other people because
Alrighty.
a bunch of strange people gathering in the same place at the same time is indicative of things.
Alrighty. Now we have. Well, there's still technically Punchman, he's still here, but let's do a good old eeny meeny miny mode here. Let's do a D6. 1, 2, 3. 1. Now we're on to Wolfram. What are you doing?
All right. So to explain what my owl has been doing, it's been given commands to first investigate the scene of the crime, and second to scout out for like every hour, just to do a little perimeter flyby. I am headed towards the library to settle some of my own affairs and get some research done.
Alrighty. You walk up into the town square, and you see you do indeed see what is most likely the library. It's a bit bigger of a building compared to every other sort of establishment around here. You see a sign posted up right at the front that says the Grand Amidian Library. But when you walk in, you see it's honestly quite a quaint and standard library. Many aisles and aisles of wooden shelves packed with books, all on one floor. A warm mix of lantern and natural light, as well as the smell of cinnamon-scented candles at the center of each table and desk. It's a very homely and welcoming feeling. And just off to the side of the front door, at about knee-height desk, with an elderly gnomish woman writing away. At Wolfram, just kind of with a quick glance to the book and then to her, you can see she's writing almost what seems to be like a light romance novel of sorts. She looks up from her stacked pages, just round spectacles with a warm smile.
Ah, yes. A new face. And quite a handsome youngster. What can I help you, dearie?
Greetings. Would you happen to be Marigold Tracewood?
Ah, yes, that would be me. How would you
Alright,
know
well-
my name, sweetheart?
Well, I'm here doing a bit of research, and one of my professors from my academy sent me here, saying that he might know you, Professor Doomskull.
That old stubborn little noggin of his. Ah, so you're
I
one
see
of
you
his
know him
students. Quite well, actually. We used to get up to a bit of mischief back in my old days.
Well, seems he hasn't changed at least.
Oh, that's good to hear. I wouldn't want him changing his ways. I mean, his stubbornness and scary demeanor, that's always something I found to be a bit of his charm. Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Student?
Well, you can call me Wolfram. I was sort of interested in a few different topics, but the one I came here for was the Lotus Ball. I've been looking into some of the expenditures relating to it, and I wanted to see if there were any documents relating to that.
Oh. Well, I mean, we've certainly got some documents of the last few Lotus Balls. Can't imagine we'd have too many here. As I mean, the Lotus Ball's just around the corner, so not every bit of paperwork has been summarily filed and sent over to us, but we have a few. I'm sure you can find something. Any reason you're looking into such a thing? That's quite a weird request.
Well, it seems my family might have some form of involvement with the Lotus Ball, and I just kind of wanted to get down to the business of it. We kind of have a little bit of a competition going on right now, and this would certainly give me the edge.
Give me a deception check.
I'm technically not even lying, but I'll do that anyway.
If that's the case, it can be deception or persuasion. Your choice.
I don't think I have either proficiency, so it's the same. I would rather go with persuasion. Do I? Yeah, I'm not a liar. Yeah. Doesn't sound convincing.
She just gives you a smile and goes,
Of course, dear. Well, if you're interested in the government library, I do have to just make you aware of a few things. You know, your files must not stay out of the library for more than... Oh, what was it? I haven't had somebody request any government library files for...
I open up my notebook, and a hand starts writing on it.
Ah, yes. It's 2 days. Can't be out of their designated spot for more than 2 days. Once those 2 days are up, you have to come back and return them. If you don't return them within that amount of time, you do get a fine, unfortunately. You cannot buy these documents. They are property of the library. And, I I think
Don't worry.
anything else more specific will be outlined in whatever papers you see. They'll usually have other legal stipulations and such.
And,
Before you go in, I do have to ask, do you have the proper permissions to go in? I don't just let anyone in there.
All right. What kind of proper permissions would I need?
Proof that you're that government worker or should have access to such files, or if you're in any particular organizations, they sometimes get special access to these sorts of things.
I pull out my badge, which indicates that I am a member of the Society of Scholars.
Ah, okay. It's been a while since I've seen one of them. Huh. Good to know that more youngsters are getting into this sort of thing. We need more of your type. Alright, then follow me.
And she she takes like a key ring that was like underneath the desk.
Mm-hmm.
She adjusts her glasses, puts down a quill, grabs the keys, and just kind of hops down from the chair.
Follow me then.
And she takes you to the very back of the library, down a small hallway, around the corner to a locked white metal door. She places the key in the lock, that's about at knee height for you, and creaks it open with a loud metallic groan.
Hope you can find what you're looking for, sweetie, and good luck on your business. Be careful with the materials inside. If you are to take anything out, at least you have to use the sign-up sheet that's by the door.
I
just
also
so you
had,
know.
I also had a few other texts which I would like to ask about. Maybe I would like a few simple texts on alchemy and analyzing samples and materials. I'm not really. I have a bit of an alchemical background, but I'm certainly not an expert.
And nobody starts that way, especially not people your age.
And I have another interest. So there's a person which I met recently, and he happens to be. He was involved in something a while back, and it seemed very intriguing. So I wanted to see if I could find anything relating to the Arcana conflict.
Well, I've got plenty of historical texts on that. There won't be any here. Well, some things relating to the Arcana conflict might be in here in terms of damage reports and expenses in terms of property damage and other such things. But in terms of just historical texts, you'll find them out in the library floor under the history section and modern history.
All right. And one final question: would you have any texts relating to maybe a wizard or someone else who may have done studies relating to demons? Books on the properties of demons, rather than a demonology book or something relating to summoning them. That has no interest for me.
I don't think you're gonna find many books like that around here. We don't really keep that sort of thing. You might be able to find a few stories, but can't really promise you'll find much like that.
Even stories can be helpful. If you could just tell me where I could find these stories, I'll gather them up.
You'll likely find them either under old history, ancient history, or fictitious accounts.
All right, thank you. I'll be sure to sign out anything if I do take it out with me. Though I do plan to spend a few hours here doing all of my reading and then putting everything back where I found it.
Spend as much time as you need to in here. Just make sure everything's back in its place way within the allotted amount of time.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day then.
And she walks away.
I cast Unseen Servant, and I sent it to gather all of the books in here, which would be relating to anything which I need, and I'll go out into the library proper to gather any of the historical texts myself. And I'm going to basically try to, work on my family case, while also having the Unseen Servant basically just see if it can find anything which looks promising on the demon books and the history texts, but I'll look through those myself later.
I just want to see what Unseen Servant is. I'm assuming you're casting this as a ritual?
I am just casting it right now.
Okay. Let me just make sure.
Unseen Servant can move anything up to 5 pounds, so it would have to make multiple trips if it's bigger than homes than that.
I mean, it is. These are like historical like papers. These are documents.
All right,
So
so
you have a fair few stacks of them then.
all right, so just
Yes, sir.
quickly remind me again, what is doing what? Like, what are you doing? What's the unseen servant doing?
The unseen servant is looking through the documents relating to the Lotus Ball, which are in the room I'm currently in. I'm going out to gather the historical texts relating to the Arcana conflict, and then any stories relating to demons to see if I can find anything about the specific demon type which we're dealing with.
So, your unseen servant. It's not exactly like a thing that has necessarily its own critical thinking skills. So
I'm giving it keywords. I'm doing a keyword search with it.
Okay, okay. If that's the case, then.
It's
let's
like
see here.
I don't have an algorithm for the unseen servant yet.
Control
Yeah,
F.
that is basically it. My unseen servant is the Control F tool.
All right. So, real quick, I'll do the unseen servant. What tags are you giving it?
Lotus Ball, Sylvain family, either of the words, Sylvain, or just Sylvain. And
Family can bring up a lot of shit.
Family, I was gonna say, family are gonna be documents, 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 documents.
I'll also search for Illyria and Elven nobility.
Okay.
I'm spending a good amount of time here.
Yeah. All right. Now, what are you doing while you're out on the floor?
While I'm out in the floor, I'm looking for books relating to the Arcana conflict, which, like in the history section, I'm basically scouring through for anything around that time period, and then I'm also looking into stories specifically about. I don't remember I didn't write down the name of the demon type, but I know we know what type of demon it was because I heard Thorin say it.
Yeah. It is called a Morezi. So there's
So
multiple texts relating to the Arcana conflict. You'll find like a lot of you'll find like collections of memos from like soldiers and generals who were fighting during that time. You'll find collections that are either like entirely Asian soldiers and generals. Some of them you'll actually find some dwarven accounts as well. You do actually find one book that has like a few accounts of Amidian soldiers as well. And in terms of like actual historical texts, you find quite a bit. The Arcana conflict was like a massive thing, and like that not only just the damage it caused to Aegis Grod, as well as like the very border of Brunweld, but also just the like societal shakeups that it caused, especially in relation to magic. You find a lot. You're going to have to narrow that down, frankly.
For the okay. So in relation to the Arcana conflict, I'm looking specifically for accounts of demons and different types of demons.
None of the books, it's actually weird. None of the books, outside of one where it's like the collection of accounts, none of them actually describe the monsters as demons. They describe them as like monstrosities or creatures. Some of them use the term demon, but not in terms of like its actual purpose, more of just like a general descriptor, like a synonym for monster, basically.
All right. Are there any books which describe any of the properties of these monsters, or is it just like, oh yeah, it's a monster, we saw it, had like 18 legs, whatever?
It's mostly that. There are accounts of like generals that you actually find get a lot more specific in terms of the creatures that they fought. And in particular, you do find an account of a relatively like humanoid-sized demon. Looked fairly, in terms of demons, it frankly looked the most normal outside of its like extremely elongated, like claw-like nails, its hanging, misshapen jaw, and the sunken white eyes. And you can kind of piece it together that this is likely the creature that you fought, especially when you read the next page, and it details it fighting alongside and commanding undeads, particularly risen soldiers that had just died in the field of battle. in terms of, like, properties of it, it's not exactly very deep. It describes it as being a bizarrely tactically minded creature, but in terms of very simple and basic tactics, nothing advanced or like complicated or groundbreaking. Just like enough to where it can keep its advance going, especially with, you know, soldiers of its own that do not rout or tire. When you have the document actually recounts when you have soldiers like that, there is frankly very little need for true strategy. All you need at that point are numbers. And it had numbers.
Does it talk about like its net yield of numbers in a time period? Like in a day it can create this many undead given it has ample resources, bodies?
Hang on, let me actually let me check its stats. Just to make sure I have this right. So, it doesn't talk about it raising undead quickly by itself. But over the course of a long, drawn-out battle, it raised more than enough undead to the point where it became far too problematic for, you know, that general and his own, like, amount of troops to handle. In
And
terms
is
of
the
numbers,
general-
it gives somewhere in the hundreds in terms
Is
of the entire conflict.
Is the general fighting multiple Moresi?
It does indeed recount that it was fighting. It gave a very general. It gave less a specific number and more just a general descriptor of close to a dozen.
Alright. So I'll look through, seeing that, I'll put that away, and I'll look through any of these storybooks to see if any of them mention Moresi, or any of, any whites, like, the description of a Moresi.
In terms of the description of a Moresi, in the storybooks themselves, you don't really find much. Storybooks tend to focus on the much more bombastic sort of creatures. It's either the, like, large creatures or the sort of rank and file, sort of, like, grunts, basically, type of creatures. And most storybooks don't really go into heavy detail outside of the bigger creatures, of which they put a very heavy emphasis on. But you don't find anything close to the Moresi description, unfortunately.
Alright. So that's going to be it in terms of me looking into the Arcana conflict. I'm going to go back down into the restricted section and see just the pile of documents which this unseen servant has collected.
So, you do indeed see a pile. By now, it's been an hour, like, that you've just been combing through text about the Arcana conflict. And eventually it sort of clicks into your head, you feel the connection to the spell Sever. The unseen servant has finished its time, at least. And so you instinctively go back, and you do indeed see, like, a good, like, 3-foot-high stack of documents. All pulled from various sources. It's gonna take a bit of reading to get through.
Alright.
In this time, I'm going to do a perspective change. So now we have Punchman and Heinrich, we'll say.
I still haven't gotten one.
Fuck, right. D6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5! Xanareth. At this point, you have been in the temple for a good bit here. It is clearly not a temple to any specific god or patron or power. It is very much so meant to embody most common forms of worship.
Which is understandable. Expected Tourist Town to have your specific deity.
And you've mostly been left alone. When you entered, you did have, like, what was clearly, like, one of the local priests, like, come up and just... Welcome, friend. Is there anything that I can assist you with at all?
Well, I'm looking for some information. I'm not sure if you will be able to help, but information on natures of demonic entities and an old deity that is no longer prevalent.
Well, in terms of demons, and this the person in front of you is like a sort of like middle-aged halfling. Hair is receding a little bit, starting to gray as well. In terms of texts of demons, no, I can't say we really keep that sort of thing around here. We're much more just a place of general worship to spend your time, less a place to keep such darker texts. I am not saying evil necessarily, nor do I think they cause any harm, but it's not the sort of thing we seek to keep around exactly.
Fair enough, fair enough.
In terms of a deity, well, we have people from many different faiths in this here church. We may be able to at least help in some way.
Looking for some information on Helm.
Helm? Oh, well, there's a few people around here that know quite...
Kyle.
Well, I mean, Helm's just fairly well known historically speaking. I may be able to answer a few questions at the very least in terms of what I know of my own knowledge of history. What may be inspiring your curiosity?
When was the last time a paladin of Helm was seen?
A direct paladin of Helm. I don't think there was any recent accounts per se. There are those organizations of mercenaries and such that claim to be linked to Helm's old order, such as the Black Wardens and other such organizations, but none that are directly associated with Helm or his worship. But those that have been that have a more long since past relation.
I met an individual with strange gear. It's ancient, seems to be made of stone.
Stone armor. The only time I've ever heard of stone armor is in particular religious worship of some dwarven or mountain gods, but they don't tend to use that stone armor for actual practical purposes. It's more for religious rites and such. That is, from what I know. I'm not exactly very well versed in more well, I shouldn't say nature-focused, more mountainous-related gods, admittedly, and to an extent dwarven gods. It wasn't exactly my line of study, but that is what I know. Might I ask why this is a factor of curiosity? The helm question is I can understand, but the stone armor one is very specific.
My eyes sort of narrows. I'm sort of thinking for a moment.
I'm not judging you or anything like that. It's just a very specific question.
No, I understand that it's a very specific question. It's just individual. He's didn't speak much. Short, 1 or 2 word answers. It was very, very, very old stone.
This individual, they in town, or was this an individual you saw a while back?
A while back.
Okay. Just a previous curiosity, I suppose. Understandable. Any other questions?
No, I think that should be it for right now.
Is there any...
If I have any more questions, I will send my familiar coconut to find you.
Might I ask what this familiar looks like?
Sir Spito.
Yeah, I'll be... Okay, that's quite curious. I shall keep that in mind. I'll make sure to let the other priests and such around here know of this beetle. Make sure they don't stomp it by accident. I don't imagine they would. We're very naturally minded, but you know, some of the tourists around here, not so much.
Fairly large. I don't think you would be able to stomp him.
Fair enough. Well, if there is anything else that you require, I shall be happy to answer any such questions, but I do have things to attend to, so unless there is anything else, I shall be off to attend to my own matters.
Thank you very much for your time.
Of course. And he sort of like wanders back towards the back of the church.
Going to find a quiet place in the temple and grab my pendant. Just
You find that there's multiple like secluded sort of like prayer rooms for anywhere from like one person to like up to 4 to 6 ish. And you can see there's plenty of like open.
I'll
rooms.
find the a single person room.
Okay.
No, grab my stone watch pendant.
It's fairly well lit with like a few candles. It's fairly dimly lit, honestly, but like there's more candles that you can light to increase the brightness of the room. But it seems to just be a nice, relaxing little.
I'm going to extinguish all but one, and set to.
He's pulling on his fucking teeth with his scissors.
Fuck.
What a fucking maniac.
This is what happened when we get. This is what happens when we get bored. Go on, please.
I'm going to extinguish all but one candle and set to prayer. Because I have basically nothing better else to do right now. Try and find answers to questions, and the questions I can ask are questions that should be answered if they can be answered.
What are you asking?
I'm going to ask Primus and Leander if they have any information on the nature of the entities we have seen in the forest. I'm going to ask about this strange individual that we have no name for. They can be trusted.
Jacob,
Yeah?
what's the likelihood that Neander would answer such a prayer/request?
He has no clue what's going on.
But would he answer?
Very possibly, yes.
Neander, wherever he is currently, you hear these questions like ring in the back of your mind, and the voice rings familiar. You would recognize it as the one you sort of like gifted powers to after you sort of discovered them in their near death state across the river. And do you answer?
Am I getting, like, just a direct question? Like, am I getting the questions, or is it like a phone's ringing?
It is currently like a phone's ringing.
Sure, why not? Hello?
And you, Xanarth, you hear this.
I will. Citrus, it's been a while.
Xanareth, that's the name.
Up,
How you doing?
in an interesting predicament. Uh, I just made it to a town to rest for a day or two before continuing on. Seems like I've gotten linked into an interesting scenario. Got pulled
Yeah, it happens.
into a local forest and fought this creature and some reanimated bodies. I suggest or detected fiend presence from them. I don't know what it was.
So you're looking at a demon with let's see, undead. What's the word for it? What's the name of the demon?
A Marezi.
You might be dealing with the Malrezi, yeah, I think that's the one. It's a demon, summons undead, well, less summon, more makes. It's a little tactically minded, likes using hordes.
Alright, this individual that showed up when we fought it, humanoid for sure, but massively built. Kinda reminds me a little bit of you, except a lot less stable. This
That's
giant, ancient,
unsettling.
carved stone helmet.
In what shape was the helmet? Is there
I don't
any
know
iconography, any kind of, bits on him that would say where he was from initially?
It has. You know how officers will often have the plume of feathers on the helmets?
Hmm.
It was just all stone. No fancy design. It just like kind of like just jutting out at the top.
All right.
And Neander, as you're sort of like getting this back and forth, you can actually like see the image from Xanareth's memory. You see what the helmet looks like.
I'm gonna be incredibly honest with you. I don't know a lot of things that's going on the cosmic scale. I just kind of do things I can do. What I can tell you is it killing demons? All right. Then it's killing demons. That's all I can tell you about that.
Helpful as always, Mr. Triss. I'd like to say thank you again for Coconut. He's very useful.
Of course.
Of course, the familiar that Neander gives to somebody is a fucking rhinoceros beetle. It's fucking grand.
It's the one animal he knows from the
Like,
encyclopedia.
you forget that I fucking played that shit, dude.
I did not know it was the same rhinoceros beetle.
All right. Is there anything else you need to know?
Some advice on what I should do. Should I try and help deal with the demon problem, or should I try and help cure more sick people?
Question of what to do. Now I'm one for fighting things. Of course, it's what I do. It's what I do best while alive. Do what the need arises. If you need to bash a skull or two in, bash a skull to it. If you need to heal the sick, there's always injured people to heal. But when it comes down to fighting demons, the best thing to do is the thing someone else isn't at the moment. I think that's something I can say there.
Sandra is sort of just like shake her head, not really understanding what Leander's saying. Yeah. All right.
You can feel
Okay.
the head shake, Leander.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Triss, and try and keep in more contact.
All right, all right. Well, make sure to eat your bits and get sleep. It's important,
I
you know.
have been, yes.
All
And
right, that's good.
as you were both saying this, Deep, Neander, you hear the ever familiar rambunctious voice off in the background. Deep, you want to say like a line or two?
Oi, Neander.
Oh God, that's a. All right. They
Was
don't.
that Gawain? Hi, Gawain.
They don't warn
Gawain,
you
you
about.
hear the hi.
They don't warn you about solicitors in the cosmic realm. All right, Toodles. I'm
Hello?
going to proverbially hang up.
I thought this was a secure. I thought this was a secure line, Neander. Who is this?
And the celestial link cuts off there.
Alright, after I'm done my prayer session, I will light the candles back up to how many there were before I got in here, and I will take my leave.
Alright.
Back to my room.
Did you like send Coconut anywhere yet, or have they just kind of been like on you?
Coconut's been around.
Okay.
Not really, like, being out of reach, not trying to get into anybody.
Yeah. Oh god.
It's a rambunctious little boy. And I love him so.
He's just a lad, just a
Don't
little
put
guy.
me on the spot like
It's a little
that.
guy.
I
I need you,
just
like,
expect that
oh, I
if
mentioned
there
this
is
last
a
time.
if there is an Angel Neander interaction happening, just be ready to chime in. I'm not gonna say it always happens, but be ready to chime in.
Should I assume that Gawain was listening in on the line, or is that too much?
It's too much, bro.
Just like I'll speak when you tell me to. Should I assume that Gawain's the kind of person who's been listening?
No, not at all.
Okay, so it should just be like I just got cut in, and it's
when
like
a mortal becomes an angel, their personality traits tend to become a bit exaggerated. Gawain's heroism sort of vibe definitely increased. And dare I say, maybe a little bit from the outside, a bit naive. He wouldn't really be listening in on celestial contacts like that.
should I assume that it's Gawain having another job for Neander?
Yes, absolutely. Alright. Now to Heinrich or Punchman. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a 3. Punchman.
Since I gotta be up early tomorrow, I am going to step out and play the rest of the game, lads.
Alright.
We'll talk to you all soon.
Night, thanks.
Yeah.
See ya.
Should I also would Gawain know Zenirith, or is it just who's this?
They probably know about them by now. So, Punchman. At this point, you have stormed off from the forest, fuming from that divine sense mark.
Called him a bitch in his own house.
Basically. Well, at this point, I'm just gonna be heading to Heinrich because he's the only other person that I have any amount of knowledge or respect of, and he last uh like sent me off with like, hey, we can be friends. I'll tell you about what you missed so far. So I'm just gonna go where I saw him heading last.
Okay. The last that you like saw him heading, you saw him heading off in the direction of the tavern.
Yeah.
And you heard him like talking about it on his way there as well. So that's your first place to look.
Okay. I'm also gonna not be as subtle as I was before, like going through alleys and stuff. I'm going like direct route, main street.
You basically have eyes on you the entire time that you are walking. It's not necessarily concern, more of just like a, who the fuck is this? What's his deal?
I am growling, by the way. I expect concern almost.
Yeah, the people that you like get immediately in the way of like they're definitely like a like getting out of the way quickly, and immediately it goes from like as you walk through crowds and such, it goes from like just general discussion to immediate like murmurs and whispers of like, yo, what the fuck? And
Fantastic.
there is that little bit of smoke coming out from the top of your helmet currently.
Mhm.
And eventually you find yourself at the tavern. You know what a tavern looks like. You haven't forgotten about it. It was one of your most common sights back then.
Mhm.
And it says the Cozy Court Tavern.
Is it a door?
Nope, it's entirely open.
Okay. I'm gonna walk in, and basically scan the room. Uh, do I notice anything? Emil's not there?
Emil's not there. He's been put in a room at this point. You don't see Heinrich, but you see this incredibly old gnomish man hobbling up to you. Oh, hello there, stranger. What can I do for you? As he's just kind of like looking directly up at you.
I've heard Heinrich's name before, right?
Yes.
I've said it.
Heinrich.
Heinrich. Ah, the one the kid was talking to. Where did he say he was going? Ah, he said he was going back to his room.
Gonna leave.
Have a good day.
Now I do know that the one mayor, he was talking about how they had a hotel. Do I know which hotel? Did he mention a name?
Do you know what a
No,
hotel is?
What was that?
Probably.
Yes. You still have like your general knowledge. Like you haven't.
Remember
really...
my intelligence is an 11. I'm not stupid. I'm just crazy.
Yeah, he's just insane.
I'm saying that this as a statement of you are centuries old.
The
hotels exist.
Probably.
The general concept still existed. I'm going to say the idea of a hotel was indeed a thing. Unfortunately, you don't know which one he went to, and there's a few like motels, hotels, tavern, and like as you're kind of like standing towards the entrance of the tavern, you eventually like see Tracewood, the mayor, like running over to the bar, just what the fuck are these? Oh, there's
Hotel.
Yeah, hotel. We have those. We have a few.
Heinrich.
Heinrich. Oh, shoot. What hotel was he staying at? Trust me, I know which one it was. Shit, which one was it? Fuck, which one was it? Me looking through my notes. Oh, I remember. It's the Hotel Hearth. The Hotel Hearth. It's the biggest one we have.
Where?
It's just down that street. Take a right, take another right, It's like the biggest building that there is. There's a sign out front of it. Tell the receptionist I sent you if you're looking for names. They don't tend to give that sort of stuff, but if it's me, then chances are they won't worry. You know what? I'll just come with you. I'll just come with you to make sure they're not concerned about you. Yeah, let's go. And he's like running off.
Okay. I'll keep pace with him.
It's not difficult to keep pace with him. He's a small lad. He does not run very fast. And eventually, you reach the hotel part. It is a much more modern-looking building. Not really much style or substance to it. It is just kind of like a flat texture building that like mostly grays and like subtle greens in the paintwork. And you walk through the front door, and there's the receptionist, and she looks up. Ah, Mayor Tracewood. Who is that? Don't worry about my friend here. We're here for a particular person, Mr. Heinrich Jaeger. Oh, yes, Heinrich Jaeger. He is room 3X, so up on the 3rd floor.
I'm leaving.
Oh.
I'm going to the whatever staircase or...
Yeah, staircase.
Okay.
Now, real quick, before we get to that, Heinrich.
Hmm?
You finally walk through the front door, or the door to your hotel room, and sort of shut the door. And as you finally step into your room, you immediately feel that something is off. That sort of feeling of in the air of there's someone here. And as you step through the front door, shut it behind you, you tread very carefully through the first little hallway, basically. And as you take your first few steps, you hear a rummaging sound. Then the sounds of metal and tools clamoring to the ground.
There is two men who would have the motive and the... I can't quite find the word. To enter into my room. And one of them has just passed out drunk after drinking himself under the table. Strahil, what are you doing with my tools?
You step into the main room, quickly scan around, and you see your luggage opened and scattered on the floor, with both your clothes and tools all laid out, but very organized and evenly. Almost as if you had done it yourself. You quickly scan the bed, nothing disturbed there. Then your eyes dart to the small balcony, and you see the screen door slightly ajar, with the curtains lightly blowing in the wind. As you move forward to the balcony, and step forward, you hear the ever so familiar voice.
I just realized that I can't. Oops.
Oh. Well, hello there, old friend. It has been a while. And from around the corner of the balcony door, you see a familiarly off-putting sight. The obsidian purple skin, the deep black eyes with yellow pinpricks for eyes, the pristine black and red suit and shining white gloves. The black horns growing into the shape of a crown of thorns. Oop. Oh, my music changed. From his long, straight black hair and his skin stretching smile going ear to ear. It has been a good 5 years since we last spoke. I just so happened to be in the area for business and figured I'd swing by to see an old friend. How about we touch base? As he walks off of the balcony and into the main room.
I should see this as no surprise, considering there's few people who would send an individual who would have cause to want me dead, and well, the capabilities to do it, except for a certain information broker who works with them. But I suppose This isn't just an unfortunate chance of time in which you perform an act of espionage against a very prominent member of this Aegis Grot. I suppose we can. I suppose you wish to touch base, and I think before I get started, my eyes are drifting towards my tools setup, and before I get to the more focused of my work, I have a. I should say that I have a job proposition for you.
Oh? And what might that be?
If you went through my luggage, you're probably aware of a certain flyer or brochure found within. Yeah,
The Asian People's Party. I hear they've
exact.
been making quite some moves recently within the political structure.
Owners of prominent factories, individuals within former veterans from the Arcana conflict, and other members of high ranking and other members of people in high places. Of course, they've made their correspondences to me, but I think you and I both know that I am unwilling to go to a situation blind. I don't suppose I could request for a certain nobody in particular, nobody even, to look within the dark corners for the things they wish to hide.
Oh, just meeting with an old friend and you already give me such a delicious opportunity. But you must know, I do work for many people. And, well, I'd be going against many of their interests doing such a thing. I assume you know that that will be at least a little costly.
Of course. What is it that the Aegean People's Party say? Anything for Aegis Grad?
Anything for Aegis Grad. But then again, I am of no political affiliation. So, I am game for whatever amount of coin you give me. Now, normally I would request this money at least half up front, but I know you. We've known each other for quite some time now. And I know you pay, and I know you pay well.
You can expect me to not change that. Change that. I do not have much intentions of selling my name or my family's name. The ensures that it is ensured that the Jaegers pay their debts.
You sound like a Lannister.
Your family has always been quite good with that. The days of working with your father were quite fun. But you have provided me even more ample entertainment. I mean, the operation 5 years ago. Never have I felt more satisfied with a job since that day. The payout was extraordinary. And I've been able to live comfortably off that.
Yeah, it is good that you can feel good about that. Performing public services should always lighten the hearts of our countrymen.
Of course, of course. Now, is there anything specific you'd wish for me to look for? Anything I should really keep my eye keen for? You say you want me to dig up the darkest of secrets in the dampest of corners. But I mean, come on now. We all have the specifics we're looking for.
I suppose for the time being, I wish to know what exactly they're after. Making sweeping statements about granting power unto the people and things like that are often more lip service than they are actual promises. I want to know what they're after and what their goal is if they gain the powers they desire.
Of course, of course. That I can provide for you. And quite easily, might I add.
because, might I say, behind closed doors they are quite the talkative sort. Well. But tell me, things have been quite interesting today for you, haven't they?
That is one way to state it. I would rather say worrying for the stability of the world. To see not only the re-emergence of demons with Amity, but also to see walking history return to this return once again can only mean grim tidings for the world.
Walking history, you say? That is an interesting way to put it. But yes, I would so happen to agree. I must admit, I would much rather such events not happen. It's bad for business. Not much true espionage really happens. None of it interesting anyway when the opponent is so blatantly and obviously evil. Where's the fun in that? I like to see the complicated and more nuanced individual. And I would love to see their secrets, but there's no secrets when your entire goal is massacre. Where's the fun in that? I tell you what, I'm going to be in the area for quite a bit. As you've already surmised who my business partner is. What point is there in secrecy on that? And besides, you two seem to have become quite chummy. Or at least, that's likely how not either of you would put it.
It is good that we are able to put things aside for the moment, keeping our eye. The ability of the. I suppose I could call him boy, so I feel that is a bit derisive of him.
Quite.
It's the ability of the young man to put aside his desires for things, for settling things, is admirable. It will get him farther than his father, and that is what most of us hope for.
Yes. Well, whether he keeps that attitude up or not, unfortunately, is very difficult to say. Would you not agree? He has seemed to change his opinions of you on a whim. After all, your introduction with each other was less than pleasant.
Of course. That is why, despite us settling our differences, I don't suppose I will rest as easily as I was expecting for this vacation, let alone with the demons.
Your vacation will be, I suspect, much longer lived than you had originally intended. I imagined you staying here for maybe a week, at the least a weekend. But I get the feeling that this is going to go on for much longer than we thought. And just a little tip. The mayor is looking for you, by the way.
I see. I suppose I should go meet him, so...
Oh, don't worry about that. From what I can tell,
And he, leans his head out the window. And you kind of, instinctually lean your head down as well. You see Punchman and the mayor walking into the hotel at this moment.
well, it seems that you won't have to take much effort to find him. Or one of your friends, it would seem.
Good.
Well,
At least I will have something to, well, someone to talk to, as I get something done. Talking to the mayor seems, for lack of a better term, unproductive.
He's trying his best. Give him some credit. Even I can see he's trying his hardest.
I'm going to give Strahil a bit of a knowing look. When it comes to the incursion of the fiend, trying is not enough most of the time.
Strahil's wide grin sort of does come down a bit. Still grinning, but his grin coming down is about as close you get to a stern expression out of him. Of course. The demons were very bad for business. Granted, there was some espionage work to be done within the cult, but there were so few. They very rarely lived long. There was nothing interesting. To me, at least, but hopefully such an incident is one that can be swiftly shut down, for both of our sakes. Well then, I shall be keeping in touch, as it were, and ideally I'll be able to get to work on your bits of information when I can get the time. But you know me, I'm quite good with how I manage my time. And he begins to walk towards the balcony at this point. Anything else that you feel we should touch base on? I wish I could have gotten more time to speak about family matters. I'm sure there's plenty going on in that regard with you. But maybe another time.
I suppose I could grant you another thing. The elf, is an interesting case, so I would prefer to look into it myself. Instead, how about this? Depending on the current supplies, whether or not this demon issue gets solved swiftly, I may need a bottle of schnapps. I'll pay you 1.5 times the price if you are able to ensure that it's safely received.
For a simple bottle of schnapps, well, I believe I can make that happen. Although, you never know how badly people protect their alcohol.
I have a notion of it. The thing we do for our brethren.
And at this point, you begin to hear very heavy footfalls, very fast ones down the hallway. Well, I believe that is my cue. Goodbye, then, old friend. And he steps up onto the ledge of the balcony and just lets himself drop. And you hear no noise. Now, Punchman, for a very brief moment as you approach the door, you sort of feel uneasy for a second before it goes back to just that, like, pursuit of Heinrich. And the mayor is, like, trying to like, keep up behind you.
Hey, gee, why is this so urgent?
3x, that's his room. And Heinrich, you hear the...
Enter. No need to destroy the door.
But does the doorknob work?
Yes?
It's unlocked.
You see fucking Punchman storm in.
You see a wide array of tools and various bits of metal just kind of laid about the place in a very organized fashion.
I'm going to walk over to the balcony door, close it, lock it, and I'm going to reach over to a... You know how there's, like, in a hotel, there'll be, like, a chair with... There's a, like, desk with a chair, and then there's, like, another armchair?
Yeah.
If it pleases you, please take a seat. As you can see, I look over to the bed with my tools all across it. The bed is currently occupied.
I'm gonna sit down, and you see me kind of scrape and claw at my helm, and I am just growling, and I growl, Thorin!
Can we? Okay, I'm just gonna sit down on the floor.
So, something I was going to tell you before all of you guys stormed off. I should inform you that, once I filed that paperwork, you are required by law to remain within the town while we await a response from the Amidian High Court. Now that the incident report has been filed, depending on the severity of the incident, which in this case is pretty fucking high, you can, they'll likely send people over to come get us, take us to the capital for a direct questioning and possibly trial, depending on how they interpret all the information. Failure to do so failure to remain within the town, Jesus, can receive you anywhere from a 50 gold piece fine up to 10 years in prison, as an interrogation or interview is required as part of the processing of the incident. This is for a whole mix of reasons, from insurance payouts to possible criminal charges. Evading these interviews and interrogations can be interpreted as evasion of the law, yada yada. I'm required to give you the whole legal spiel. I'm not even gonna bother with that anymore. You get the idea.
You know that scene in Lord of the Rings where Gandalf seems to grow when he gets pissed? Heinrich's doing that.
Listen, I'm just the messenger. This is what the law requires
No,
of me.
nine, I understand.
Okay, thanks. I'm really trying not to get my head torn off right now. There's a few people I've been afraid that do that to me as of late. I don't need another one. No offense to you over there, sitting in the chair growling.
How goes defenses against fiends? Has your chief put any defenses up? Any palisades, ditches, towers?
Currently, they're still surveying the whole situation. They admittedly have not found any more conclusive evidence that there are more demons or any likely activity in the area. So far, the area seems clear. He is still taking precautions to get things ready the moment that shit hits the fan, but he is remaining as cautious as possible in order to not freak the town out. Again, we walk a very fine line, and I get it. This is like a big thing for you, that you were, you fought the Arcana conflict. I know who you are. I know what you've done. I understand the situation for you.
You know what you've done.
I'm sorry we're not taking this situation the way that you would exactly do that. You would have... I'm being too antagonistic, I'm sorry. But just...
It's a stressful situation. Mayor, it's understandable that this the first times most during 10 years ago. Then the first encounters we had occurred. This was not uncommon within the Aegean populace as well.
That's...
So I would, if I may provide a bit of advice.
Yeah.
Keeping people calm only works until first contact with the enemy. The moment that happens, you will have a batch of individuals all questioning why you deigned not provide them the time to prepare themselves to either evacuate or the times to pray.
That is fair assessment.
Heinrich, you feel a pair of eyes when you say pray.
Has Punchman moves, or is it just the eyes
I'm going to look over to Punchman. Apologies. It is more of a figure of speech for Aegis Grad. It is often a term meant to prepare yourself for any inevitable experiences. We hold little faith.
Well, they're going.
He shakes his head. Thorin, Paladin.
I think at this point I walk in.
This is a fucking hotel room made by small folk. This shit's starting to get cramped.
It is made with larger folk in mind. This is a this is a
Speak of-
hotel that exists purely for tourism's sake, and you can tell it was designed for such because it is an incredibly plain building.
If the mayor's still here,
He is.
Mayor,
Yeah.
so I do not wish to command you this in your own place. I'm going to hand him like whatever travel mug they gave me for the blackout stout. But I should say that this is it's going to be a long road ahead, filled with nothing but logistics and difficult, difficult choices. Take this, and you should get started early.
I don't usually like to drink. I like to keep a clear head. But frankly, I'm going to allow myself just this once. And he begins to take a sip of it. Spits it out briefly. Just, oh, jeez. Blackout stout. Okay, wish you'd said that. But, you know what? I've had mud water before. I don't care. I've drank paint water. Don't ask.
Bro, it's the life of the party back in college.
I'm gonna start to like gently usher him out of the room.
Hang on.
Because I want.
Now that Thorn's over there, I need to give him the legal spiel real quick.
Oh, did Thorin actually enter the room?
I'm gonna hold my hand up to Thorin, just like stay outside the doorway for now.
Okay. I would like to just real quick go to whatever bar there is here and just order a bottle of their most expensive ale, however much that would be.
That is easily the old man walks up to you. Most expensive ale. Ooh. Oh, that's gotta be Ooh, that's
He
gotta
gives
be.
you the normal.
That's gotta be a.
Gives you normal.
Ooh, that's gotta be
Gives
the
you
exotic.
water.
Let's see. Let's go into the exotic branch here. Which one's our most expensive?
You were not ready for their most expensive ale. They have like 500 gold piece worth ale bottle.
So, I have this one. Nobody ever orders it because of how expensive it is. This one will cost you 50 gold pieces. It is our Primalerian. This is our Primalerian ale. You don't really think of elves as much of ale drinkers, but they're surprising with it. And they have quite a fine taste. But it's why it's so expensive. They make their shit well. So, if you want the whole bottle, 50 gold pieces.
Oh yeah.
And is it like how big is a bottle here?
It is one of the larger bottles, but it is admittedly skinnier, because you can tell it's made for elves, and this to elves is a lot of alcohol. They do not drink heavily.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Alrighty, pleasure doing business with you. Been sitting there for God knows how long. Again, nobody orders that shit. And then again, it's the price point. Where's the price point after?
And he begins rambling off again.
Yeah. I'm going to tip him an extra 2 gold and walk away with it.
I'm making bank today. Good business. Good business the way the folks give. Or maybe that's just how it is.
And
Yeah, and then I'm just going to wander upstairs to the room.
eventually you find yourself in the hallway, and Mayor Trace was like, "Oh, thank God! Now that he's here, stay out here real quick. He's going to shut the door behind him. Okay, so before you go in there, the scary guy's in there. I don't think he much likes you. And also, I have to give you a bit of a legal spiel here. You are by law required to stay within the limits of the city until the Illyrian High Court, or not Illyrian, Amidian High Court dictates the action that will be necessary. I know what action they're going to dictate is necessary. They're going to take you to the capital for an interview/interrogation. If you don't comply, the fine can be anywhere from like 50 gold pieces, which is already insane, Or up to 10 years in prison, possibly more depending on how bad the situation is. This is done for a multitude of reasons, mostly because it is seen as evasion of the law, yada yada. So all I ask is that you stay within the limits of the city. Once the guard get here, like the National Guard get here, then you'll figure out where you need to go, what you need to do. They'll likely take you to the capital. Okay, now time to go find the rest of them and get away from that man. And he
Difficult
walks
days
away.
may be ahead, little one. No, I don't say little one. Scratch that one. Difficult days may be ahead. Steel
I
yourself.
can tell. And he like raises up the like travel mug of ale that he has in his hand and takes another sip of it. God, this tastes like shit. Oh.
Enjoy while you can, for we need clear heads in the days going forward. And then I go into the room where it appears the actual conversations are taking place.
Punchman stands up and knocks over the chair.
Oh, were you sitting in the armchair or in the desk chair?
The armchair.
I am going to turn to give the closest approximation to eye contact with Punchman. I'm not going to stop you. I hold no love for those who use the power of the gods. But at the current moment, we need to kill as many demons as possible. And we don't do that with internal strife.
I kind of look over at you when you say the gods, and I say, I do not wield the powers given by the gods.
And yet
Not
you cast
in this.
and yet you cast magic's divine nonetheless. I understand, Soren. You are not exactly the most pious. You follow no set like other paladins. However, at the current moment, I don't believe that matters much. You hold the power of your divine magic. You are a paladin.
No.
If
You doubt me. And I am slowly approaching Thorin, pointing.
Your
I'm
footsteps make
gonna give a
visible,
Thorin
like,
of what did you
indentations
do?
in the floorboards.
all right, I'm assuming there's a side table somewhere nearby, so I'm going to set down the bottle and just kind of like just not taking my eyes off him, just like set down the bottle, take
The
off my
$50 bludgeoning weapon.
I wish for no fight with you, nor any of you. What grievance do you imagine to have with me?
Fine sense.
I just. You reek of fiends. There's reason, and you emerged rather suddenly as soon as the demon did. Yet you seem to be an ally in the fight of them, so.
As this small encounter is going on, Heinrich is now setting up the chair that Punchman knocked over and sitting down in the desk chair and beginning to assemble the materials to start his research.
Mm.
If my word is worth anything, I do not doubt that this man standing before us is human, or at least of the mortal races. He is no demon, and that is for certain.
A man as paranoid as you was willing to trust him. I see no reason I shouldn't.
Demons don't usually knock.
No, they do not. Very well. And then I'm going to take out the pouch that I have on my belt and begin to unwrap it. Um, how big would you say it would be, Aiden? The
Uh,
cup?
what, your like, skull chalice?
Yes, yes.
Um, frankly, the fact that it is made out of a human skull, quite large.
Yeah. A large a drinking mug, very clearly made out of a human skull, misshapen, and like you see a large crack in it, like clearly the blow that something sank into this thing's skull and then it was patched over when it was made into a mug. And I kind of look over at Heinrich and raise the bottle of ale.
I'm going
Yes,
to I'm gonna just put a mug nearby. I'm not very much looking away from whatever I'm working on.
Okay.
Anyways, for you, a name needs
Um,
to be worked on. A temporary one. You may addressing you is going to be important if we are going to continue continue this foray, and if you, and you're good at killing demons, and if there are more, then we will need as many people who are proficient at killing demons as possible. What is it
Agreed.
that what is it that you desire, if anything?
Revenge.
Against who or what?
Beans.
That is certainly an answer. I hold no way of. I'm not exactly the best at naming things. So, revenge against fiends is an bloody and near endless affair. They have this outnumbered after all, but it is less akin to revenge and more akin to a war that you shall face. Krieg shall work. Krieg. So, Krieg, there are centuries in which you have missed. Allow me to catch you up on them.
Now,
Would
we're
you?
going to cut with that. Back to Wolfram.
Can we say that some time has passed?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so I will describe how exactly Wolfram's making way through the bunch of notes has been going, and then you can describe what you would like.
Alright.
Uh, so basically, from the 3 feet pile of paper, what he's done is he's first of all he's ritual casted unseen servant again, and he is going through and parsing through just speed reading as much as he can from any paper. And right now, by the way, I would mention Wolfram Keen Mind Feed
I'm aware.
remembers every word he reads.
I know.
He's been telling the unseen servant how to exactly categorize the pages, and he has like 5 to 6 piles. And also, when when he finds something of note, he will leave it on the page, open another like a few pages, connect the dots. He'll call out like what pages he needs, like third from the bottom on pile 4 or something like that, to basically quickly have the unseen servant give him what he wants, and at the same time, he is narrating to his mage hand what he wants written into his notebook.
Okay. So, throughout this entire
This is how I
process, I want you to give me an investigation check with advantage.
this is how Wolfram made it through the wizard's MCAT. This is how he's making it through his investigation. All right.
Okay. So, a good amount of the documents that the Unseen Servant has been pulling out has been mostly nothing. To you, at least. A good amount of just simple business transaction documents. Some of them, like, a year old, 5 years old, 10 years old, going back quite a bit. But none of the records are like farther back than like 20 years. You can tell this is kept mostly with up-to-date current events sort of thing. Mostly.
Question.
Yes.
Are any of the transactions and trade records the monetary value of these trade exchanges, are they as significant as the numbers which I would remember from the library session?
The library session, the numbers actually weren't that impressive, weirdly enough. It was a fairly, like, I mean, obviously, it was a lot of goods that they were giving, but you can, surmise, you have at least enough sense of how a business runs that for the Sylvain family of all people, that amount of money wasn't much. At least what you'd expect. In terms of the documents here, the prices that were were transacted were anywhere from like basically middling to nothing to that is a comical sum of money, but at the same time it's like shipping very valuable magical goods.
Sum of money, but not to us.
Yeah, like there are transactions that you'd expect to be expensive, such as magic catalyst materials and such, but those shipments were to like varying number of like organizations and people. Nothing really suspect in that regard, and it does take a while of digging, as these documents were incredibly organized, and it's clear that they were placed in such a way that some documents almost didn't want to be found, though. It is organized in like a sort of Dewey Decimal System in ways that are only... But certain documents are only organized in ways that are technically correct. Like, you could make a reason to why they'd be organized there, but that is not at all where your first thought would be in the slightest. But you're not looking at specific topics. You just told your unseen servant to look for specific tags. And so it picked up on a few things in places you wouldn't have expected to look. And those also include some documents that have been clearly shoved to the back. And as your unseen servant dug, you heard something fall as it was digging, and you looked over, because the unseen servant was basically right next to you, but you don't see anything on the floor. So you kind of feel the instinct to get up and see what fell. Where did it fall? And you see a folder half phased into the back of the shelf.
Alright, Mage Hand is going in.
Alright.
It's feeling around to basically feel what the proportions of the secret bit behind the wall is.
This secret compartment sort of thing, like the mage hand sort of like phases through it. It gives no like ripple effect or anything. It is entirely static, and you can tell that the mage hand doesn't have a lot of room to move around in. It's clear that this little compartment is only meant to house, at most, a few files and nothing more.
I'm pulling all of those files out.
You pull out one single black manila folder. Now, in terms of the documents that did catch your eye, however, as you were looking through, you sort of like set aside initially of just like okay, that's clearly worth noting, but let me scan through the rest of this, and then I'll get back to that. You were like sorting out the chaff.
Yeah. The clearly not helpful pile versus the maybe I take a closer look versus definitely read this thoroughly.
Yeah. Now, the contents of the primary documents that you found first seem to be, more financial statements along the same lines as the one you, Rosk, and Duneth were looking at just a few days ago. But these documents go into slightly more depth as to the specifics, and you can tell that this is referencing the upcoming Lotus Ball, to which you see dates that like denote when the Lotus Ball is happening And the Lotus Ball is maybe like a week and a half from now, basically. Like, it's upcoming. And you can tell, you can see that these sort of financial documents are relating to celebration materials, decorations, and various other goods. And these are the same things the previous document talked about. But this is an itemized list that seems to contain specific fabrics of various makes and purposes, ranging all the way from like linen tablecloths, satin outfits, burlap sacks, and all of the like. It also specifies a wide range of food additives, spices, bizarre elven ingredients that you wouldn't really expect Emidian folk to partake in due to its nature of a lot of elven spices are largely tasteless to most people that don't have an elven tongue, basically. And you get very specific like flavors depending on how it's made, and it's very rarely perceptive beyond elven tastes. The last items the list mentions are various decorations such as handmade specialty candles and illusory decorations. And it does actually come out to be pretty pricey overall. It almost feels like the Sylvain family is sponsoring the majority of this event with the like amount of money that is being put into this. The like second sort of like pile of documents you've set aside seem to specify where and how the cargo was shipped to Amity. Reading through this document, it seems Razak was indeed correct on his assumptions of these purchases and shippings going to the Lotus family and their decennial Lotus Ball, as the documents specify the locations of numerous warehouses, all seeming to be in the Lotus family name. It lists the address of locations where all the various goods are being stored. Not every location seems to be a warehouse. Some are just like actual lists of rooms within different addresses that you're unfamiliar with. Now, the black folder. As you open this particular folder, you see many notes attached to certain areas of the document where information was left vague. Said notes often say such things as refer to State C3, direct to 54, all seeming to refer to documents that you're unsure of what or where they would be. Actually reading the document, though, it does seem to specify the specific purposes of every single item. It lists the specific functions, and some items, it ranges in like the hundreds quantities that are grouped together, basically. But, admittedly, you can't find enough that's like incriminating here to you. You definitely find more information, but there's still more. There's still clearly something else.
So the documents which are listed in the Black Manila folder, I'm guessing the Black Manila folder serves as some form of directory for whoever knows about the Black Manila folder. Would that be accurate?
You can make that assumption.
Okay. So then I guess my attempt would be to basically decipher maybe what their coding system was.
Okay. What sort of check would that be?
I will use any form of magic which I can. I have the identify spell. I have the detect magic spell. Uh, let's see. What other?
Give
I
me
have
your
10
notes.
languages which I will also run. I'm
All right,
running
all right.
all of these.
In order, what are you doing?
Okay. I'm running I'll run detect magic first just to see that the Black Manila folder maybe has not been acted upon by some form of illusion, maybe to make other people see what you're not supposed like an illusion to cover up what they're actually talking about.
Alright, so we'll do detect magic first. Let's see if there's anything that would apply here. So, in terms of the Black Manila folder, the detect magic doesn't seem to actually find anything. This seems to be simple set of documents. Nothing special going on here. Then you go to the second pile that you had gone over. And the ink does indeed seem to be laced with traces of magic.
What kind of magic?
Transmutation.
Magical magic.
Ooh.
Magical magic.
How many of these documents are there? Can I like just look through the different piles and just like figure out which ones
There's
are?
three like sets of documents as we put it. Some of these sets are like 2 or 3 different folders. One of the sets is just one folder in terms of like isolated information and so on. But they all seem to cover like the same sort of area of information. Of
All right.
this
And I
this
have
was
a-
the let's see, which one was this one? Sex documents. This one seems to specify. This one was the pile of like specifying where the contents were going, in terms of where they were being stored.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm just going to look around the room with the detect magic and see if there are any other documents which have traces of magic,
Well,
and then maybe just.
First, with the detect magic, the first thing you immediately sense is that little like barrier thing that the one document phased through. You can tell that's
Yeah.
illusion magic, plain and simple.
Yeah.
In terms of everything else around the room, what was the range of detect magic?
I think it's like 30 feet. It might be less. I don't. Wait up. Let me.
It should be 30. It should be like a 30.
It is
foot
within
area.
30 feet.
Yeah.
Within
So
30
that
feet.
that just about covers the entire room.
Yeah, that's what. I didn't think this was a massive room. I thought this was. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that easily covers the entire room. It is a fairly small room, admittedly, but like documents are crammed together, like packed pretty tight. You don't actually sense any other magic in this room other than the pile of documents that you're currently going over. But you do also sense the same sort of transmutation magic coming from the first folder as well.
What first folder? The black manila folder?
No, the like first pile of folders that I'd gone over of like the prices
Oh,
of everything and like the
Okay.
transactions themselves.
I have a question.
What's that?
Is there a trace of magic coming from the list to sign out documents?
Yes, there is actually, and it is divination magic.
Oh, it's divination magic. Okay. This would be like an Arcana check kind of thing, but given that it's divination magic and the fact that Wolfram is the kind of dude who spends a lot of time in libraries, is this a kind of divination magic to make sure that people are like telling the truth when they write down the stuff they're writing down on the paper, or is it something else entirely?
Make a check.
I will make that check. Let's see. Air core. How do we go to Arcana?
You can tell it's nothing nefarious. It is merely a like, once you write your name down in this list, it's likely an idea of like, with the sign out sheet, it's like time of checking out, names of the documents. You can tell it's likely a thing of like keeping track of both the person and the documents. Of like, once the name of said thing is written down, whoever this sign out sheet is linked to can use it to locate said documents or said person. Most is what you can tell its purposes.
And the sign out sheet, is the sign out sheet just a singular sheet of paper with like maybe like a few
no,
names on it?
it's like an entire book worth of sheets that you like
Okay.
flip through.
So it is there. Can I quickly just flip through there to see if I see any names which I would recognize?
Sure. Admittedly, there doesn't seem to be. I imagine you're looking primarily for any Sylvain names, to which you see
I'm
none.
looking for any Sylvains, maybe any Lotuses as well in recent times.
You do indeed see some Lotus names, like, dotted around here and there. But the most recent Lotus, like, sign-in / sign-out was roughly about, probably say, like, a good 2 years ago. Like you flip back far.
Okay, so it's a bit away.
Yeah.
All right.
But you can see
So-
that the documents that they signed out were indeed, like, Lotus Ball related transactions.
Okay. They're planning something this year. Uh, maybe you said it's how often is the Lotus Ball? Is it every few years?
It's decennial, so every 10 years.
Every 10 years. Oh, so they've been planning this shit. So a document from 2 years ago would still be for this
It
Lotus
would still
Ball.
be for this Lotus Ball, yes.
All right. So the document they're referencing, can I figure out if that document is among the ones which I've sorted through?
Among.
Shut up. Yes, it is indeed within the pile that you have been going through. It is in the pile that you like sorted out, to which it seems to be like very basic transactions of like basically future like deals, like contracts essentially, with like specific like food related manufacturers sort of deal.
And now finally to go through the Black Manila folder. The Black Manila folder didn't have transmutation magic, right?
No, it was a plain document.
Okay. So can I in some way use the Black Manila folder with the transmuted documents? You said the transmutation magic was present in mainly the addresses,
in the
right?
ink.
In the ink, but it wasn't in all of the ink. It was in you said like in the address, like
Yes,
referring
it was in the
to
addresses primarily.
Okay. So I'll activate comprehend languages. I'll which is not a concentration spell. And then I'll supplement it with identify and my own ciphering knowledge to see if I can use the Black Manila folder to figure out the actual addresses, given that the ones written on here have been transmutified. Transmogrified?
Transmuted.
Whatever. Transmuted.
So comprehend languages doesn't like decipher codes or anything.
Yeah, I know. It's just in case the code is in a language which I don't understand.
It is not. It is just a plain and simple code of like mixes of letters and numbers. The one thing that you do identify is that the letters are always in front of the numbers. It's never like a mix of like C4Z 3. It's always like ABX 54 sort of deal. Like it's always the letters first, then the numbers. But that's the only thing you can glean on the surface.
Okay. I want to know if the letters have anything to do with the names on the sign-in sheet or the sign-out sheet for relating to the documents which I have with me.
Make an investigation check.
For 22.
You can't seem to find any correlation between those two things. There eventually becomes so many like letters in a like notes that there's no like initials or anything that line up with it. So can't find any correlation there.
Can't find any correlation. And if only I was level 5 and could use something like Dispel Magic. That would make things easier. Alright. Okay, so with like an Arcana check or something, would I know of a way of figuring out how to like reverse something that's been transmuted, or at least figure out the initial state of something that's been transmuted?
Make an Arcana check.
Alright. 18.
You're aware of the idea of like illusory text and things like that, and transmuted text is something that you have indeed heard of before. Usually with transmuted text, it's intended to be passed along secretly until it gets to the hands of whoever's supposed to read it, at which point there is a method of activation basically to revert the ink back to its original message. Usually this comes in the form of like either a keyword or key phrase. Sometimes it is that like you've also heard of other like crazy things such as like a drop of blood being required to like confirm who it's for. There's a whole host of like activation methods basically.
Maybe this is a history check kind of thing? Do I know what kind of activation methods my family prefers?
Make a history check.
22.
So, it is admittedly a mixed bag, but you know that the higher ups of your family tend to prefer the blood method. The ability to synthesize like an accurate enough blood sample to the point where even magic would be fooled is effectively impossible at the moment. So, the blood method is about the most secure thing that exists. And the higher-ups of your family tend to prefer that, though there is more examples of it being just a keyword or a key phrase being used, because that's still a very secure method. Especially when the phrases and words are very specific. Sometimes not even an existing language, but a babble of syllables.
Oh, okay. Okay. I just want to try something. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm going to go through my little alchemist set. I'll pull out a little needle. I'll prick myself, and then I'll use a very thin amount and put it at the into actually the ink of one of the words, so that even if it doesn't work, the document doesn't look like it's been like it blends in with the ink, basically. And I'm just going to try it. Maybe they have it set for Sylvains universally, because
Make a sleight of hand check just to make sure you can very finely get it on the ink.
sleight of hand. Eh.
It does bleed onto the page a little bit. But you do see a very brief glow in the ink where it lands. You see the text begin to unravel slightly before it reverts back to its original form. So you can clearly tell something is that Sylvain blood is definitely involved.
Just not mine. It would have been very funny if Wolfram was the creepy kind of motherfucker who kept his parents' blood.
That would have had to been a pre-established thing, but I mean, if it was, then it was.
Wolfram would definitely never do anything like that. He has the scarf, he has the hairpin, that is all.
He wouldn't do that yet.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Alright, I just want to see if I have any other abilities which might be able to help. Wait up, actually I need to write the thing about the transmutation magic and shit into my notes.
Go for it. I'm just going through everybody currently. I'm just like, alright, does anyone else have any other business in mind? And I was like, does Emil have anything else? And then I remember, oh yeah, Emil's conked out entirely.
Is not enough. Okay. And... Alright. I am going to just, very, neatly, have the mage hand just, I'll sift through the documents one last time, and just give them to the unseen servant to put back from where it got them, while I am, making a list of the documents, their titles or whatever, and what they contain, which I'm narrating to my mage hand, as I'm just, getting them put back away. Okay. And, after I do that, one last thing which I will do is I will also copy down, or at least I'll visually look through so I can, you know, remember because Keen Mind Feet plus Mind Sliver. I want to see if I can remember just all of the logs going through the sign out sheet.
Sorry, repeat that one. I was reading through notes just to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Yeah, I am going to basically look through the entire sign out sheet and just take a mental image of it and have my mage hand write down every relative name and the documents which were the unseen servant found.
Okay.
So basically, any document which the unseen servant found, if it was checked in or out at any point in time in the book, it's in my notebook now and in my head.
Okay.
I'm being thorough. You can say this took like 8-10
Yeah,
hours.
this is basically what you've done the entire day. And as you're basically finishing up and putting away the documents that you don't need, you've mostly... do you plan on taking any documents?
I don't plan on taking any documents.
Okay. And eventually, you
Also,
finally... yeah.
Black Manila folder, I will carefully read through that, word for word, just to make sure I don't miss anything.
Alright. There doesn't seem to be anything, specific or, again, incriminating outside of the various notes of, referring to different, locations and documents through the code. If you want to make a history check on the code, you can.
I swear, if it's like a common cipher, which I did know, I would cry. After all of this magic bullshit, it's a cipher which I know. 17.
You do one last read over the document, and something
You
does
do
click in your head.
Caesarean cipher.
Something does click in your head. Is that this is vaguely familiar, though it's not something you understand. You know it is a cipher relating to Aegis Grad specifically. You've seen it in Asian documents before. Nowhere else, though. But
Oh,
beyond that,
I have some
you're not
Aegean
much.
contacts.
But in terms of the actual use of the cipher, unfortunately, you don't really know because you never studied it specifically. It's just
Well,
you've seen it before.
it would be a shame if I didn't have photographic memory and could remember the documents and have somebody which I could help me decipher. Therefore, I could just go through this whole situation in my mind, spending a little bit more time later on in the day. It would be it would be very shameful if I couldn't do that. Anyway, I'll clean up. I'll make sure that everything looks as it was before I got here. Because I don't want to be a dickhead. It's not like oh yeah, I didn't touch any documents, I'm a cool spy. No, I've spent 8 hours in a library. I just don't want the librarian to think I was a douchebag.
Eventually, you do finally, walk out of the government access area, and you find your way back to the entrance of the library. At this point, it is night out. You can tell the outside is very well lit through various torches and
I do have
lanterns and such. And at the desk, with the librarian, you see Mayor Tracewood. I've been looking everywhere for this kid. Please tell me he's here. This should have been the first place I looked for him. And the librarian says, yeah, he's been in here. He's been in the library. He's been in the government area of the library for... She looks at her wrist to where there's a very comically large watch. About 8 hours now. Been in there for 8 hours. What has this kid been doing? What has he been looking at? Hey, you know what? Frankly, I don't want to know. That almost terrifies me. Speak of the kid. There he is. Okay. I've been looking for you everywhere.
I apologize. I didn't exactly make it known where I was going to be spending my time.
That's fair. You didn't need to, by all means. Just need to fill you in some legal jargon.
Alright.
You know the paperwork that I filed, back in my office while you were still there.
Alright.
With me filing that, you will be required to stay within the area of the city, until I get response back from the, Emidian High Court to, find out what it is they plan to do with all this information. Sometimes it can be something as simple as just take care of it yourself, here's what you should do, to you're coming to the capital for very specific reasons. I think you can guess what situation we're in currently. If you do decide to leave before the Amidian National Guard get here, that will be considered evasion from the law, and you could receive anywhere from a pretty hefty fine to years in prison. This isn't me, this isn't my decision, I'm just telling you what the consequences are.
No, I understand. Do you know how long the Amidian High Court usually takes to get through this kind of matter?
Depends on the severity of the situation. Well, if you're filing incident reports to the court, like, in this manner, chances are they're gonna get here pretty quick. But if the matter is urgent enough, they will get here post haste. So, frankly, at the latest, it'll take them like 4 days to get here from the capital to here.
Alright.
They will be hurrying, and
Then
I made
how-
sure the carrier bird I sent was swift.
Alright. And do you know how close of a travel it is to get from here to the capital? If we were to, like, take an express journey?
Sorry, what was that last bit?
If we were to take, like, the quickest possible route and method of travel, how long would it take to get to the capital?
Assuming they're using their swiftest horses and such, 4 days. It'll take them 4 days to get here and then 4 days to get back there. So, all in all, just a little over a week's of travel.
Alright. Okay, well, thank you. Is there anything else Is there anything else I should know?
If you happen to see Emil, let him know of this. I can't find the fucking kid anywhere. I
think
don't get what his deal is, frankly.
I think I should have some contact with him later, so I'll see to that.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I'll remember your words.
Glad to hear that. I'm going to sleep for the fucking night, and you can tell he's a little bit wobbly on his feet, as if drunk. I'm gonna have a lie down. Today's been stressful.
Do you want an escort? It is pretty late.
No, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just, I was given like half a blackout stout. I'm lucky I'm still conscious, let alone as maintained as I am. I'm not sure if that's stress talking. I don't even know if stress can do that. But that's what's happening.
Have you had any water since?
Yes, plenty. Don't worry about that. I've also
Okay.
eaten. I know the precautions to take when you drinking heavy amounts of alcohol.
Alright.
Generally eat carbs, drink a lot of water, yada yada. I've been around the block. If you need it or have any questions, I'll be at my office.
Alright, thank you. You take care, friend.
You as well. And Miracle also. Be safe, dear. I don't want to see you ended up too bad. I'll be fine, miss. Just stressful. Had a lot on my plate today.
I'm gonna wait for him to walk out.
He's gone right now.
Okay. Alright, I'll be out of your hairs very soon, Madam Marigold. Is it Marigold? Tracewood.
Tracewood,
Yes.
yes. If you have to know...
I remember, as in, Wolfram remembers, I don't remember. I had to look in my notes.
Yes, just before you ask, that is my son.
I didn't put that together. Mayor Tracewood, Marigold Tracewood. I am...
Mind blown.
I did not put that together, and I am a fucking dumbass.
Whoa.
I'll be out of your hair soon, Miss Tracewood. Just give me a moment. I need to pick out the book on alchemy and identification real quick.
I'm surprised you didn't already take care of that.
It was the lowest on my priority list.
Fair enough. Well, we have plenty of alchemical manuals and such. Don't expect anything particularly dangerous. They might teach you how to start a fire or maybe how to blow something up, but please don't do that.
I didn't plan on it. I was I'm using alchemy more so as a method to identify uh, toxins, chemicals, and such stuff.
Fair
It's
enough.
a part of my research, and so
Look for the what is it called? Uh, the Advanced Medical Guide to Alchemy is what the specific text is called.
all right, thank you, noted. So I'm going to find the Advanced Medical Guide to Alchemy,
Yep.
and I'll find any supplementary text which can help me understand what the Advanced Medical Guide to Alchemy is referring to.
Yeah, there's a
Um,
few books like just adjacent to it that are like written by the same by the same people on the same subject. You can guess that they're related.
all right, and so I'm going to check these books out and nothing else.
You're in there for 8 hours. What were you doing in there? You're only checking out that.
Well, so I found a bunch of documents relating to a bunch of things, and I was basically trying to figure out how they fit together.
Doing a little
Turns out,
mystery solving, are you?
yeah, something very much so like that.
Ooh, adventurous. Let me know how that goes.
Of course.
And she
Um,
goes back to continuing to write her novel.
And I'll walk out, and I'll let you know, Aiden. The reason I got the alchemy books is because I have some demon blood samples to analyze. Because I did take those.
Of course you did. As did Emil. And
Alright,
that man already knows this shit.
I have the proficiency in alchemist tools, but also I don't go around making poisons and killing people, so, you know,
Why not?
fair. And it's really late, right?
Yes.
Uh, First of all, I'm going to just have my owl come close to me and just telepathically relay anything which may have occurred. Anything?
It tells you about the meeting that Thorin had with the other paladins, specifically with the other planeswatchers, and his like particular talk he had with the druids. Nothing particularly of note. The main thing that you have the takeaway of is one, Thorin did something to make not going to refer to him as Krieg. So, you know, that's the name given to him now.
I was thinking of also giving him a elven name, just as like a little like everybody who looks at him has to come up with their own way of referring to him.
If you want to.
Hyaluronic acid.
What?
So I was going to come up with a name which would be elvish in origin, which would mean probably something like vengeance, because that's what he defined himself as.
Okay. But, you know that Thorin did something to make Krieg incredibly upset and storm off immediately. But the other thing that, that your owl makes note of is the conversation that was had, Noctua is the owl's name, I forgot about that. Is the druid's particular mention of the, like, awful fecal stench that's kind of been permeating the forest.
Full fecal stench. Okay. Anything else?
Those are the only things it really feels are worth of note.
Alright. Alright, good work, Noxio. Well, we're going to have a meal, and then you can rest for a few hours. And then I'm going to need you to scout in the morning as well, just in case something happens. When I say in the morning, I mean like 3 a.m. Okay. So I'm going to make my way back to the room.
Alright.
I have a question.
What's that?
Our rooms are like just like typical hotel rooms, right?
Yes. You are currently staying in a motel, but yeah, basically.
Okay. I'm going to go to the motel room. I'm going to pull out some of my little alchemy supplies, which I use to make like my teas and shit, along with my cook's tools. And I'm going to make myself a very small ratchet meal, and prepare some food for my owl as well.
Ratchet meal.
Because I'm sure it's
Hatchet
late enough.
meal.
It's probably late enough where all of the good places to eat have closed.
No, actually, from what you can tell, the like places that you go to eat, such as the taverns and such, they're still open.
I forgot, this is a vacation town. The place never fucking sleeps.
Yep.
Okay. Then I'll go to have a proper meal here, and then feed my owl, let it rest a little, and then that's my night.
Okay. The main like establishment that most people would go to eat would be the Cozy Court Tavern. So.
Ooh, what do they have on the menu? Okay, this is a bit of roleplay which I get to enjoy because it's me. All right. What the fuck did you guys eat?
Eat. Sir, I don't think you understand the traumatized grind set of Heinrich Jaeger. Consuming food is unnecessary. It is get something to slake thirst and then completely forget that you require bodily needs.
He has the Skyrim diet.
I mean, I basically forgot all of my bodily needs for like 8 to 12 hours. I need something to eat after all of that reading. All of that reading, constant magic use, all of that writing, that mental strain. Man, I would hate to study like Wolfram just did. I could not study for more than an hour in a row.
That's why he's an elf. Power he got from being an elf.
So yeah, I'm gonna go into the what tavern did you say? Cozy?
The Cozy Court Tavern. Cozy Court being one word, but it's Cozy Court.
Cozy Court. All right.
I mean, I forgot I was muted.
You're good.
I mean, if you go searching for Thorin, you'll find him not having eaten and a 50 gold bottle of ale deep.
Where would you be?
Either I don't. Do we have our own rooms? Like, were rooms provided? Do we have to get
I
our own?
think you would probably have a room provided by the Planeswatchers.
Yeah, you already had a room in the same hotel that Heinrich was at.
I think I would probably actually still be in the room with Heinrich if he's awake. He's awake, yeah.
Well, there's really no way of me to know where you guys are, so I'm not going to, because that would be a plot inconsistency. I'll just
Follow the dented floorboards.
if I what would Punchman be doing?
Where was
Right
Listening to
now?
Heinrich as he proceeds to info dump the last several centuries.
Basically.
well,
It seems like he's calmed down since the whole Thurin debacle.
Are you still in that room as well?
Me? Yeah.
All three of you are in that room.
It's very stuffy.
You know what? Wolfram is the kind of person who prefers to eat meals in groups because he doesn't want to be left alone with his thoughts with his dead parents. So he's going to send his owl real quick just to see if he can find anybody from earlier which we've met. Emil is conked out. There's no way I'm finding.
Nope. Your
Can
owl flies around a bit, and Heinrich, when you closed the door to the balcony, did you pull the curtains as well?
I didn't have any reason to. I locked the door to keep Strahil out. Whether or not he already knows what I'm making, so I don't really need to bother with having him see stuff.
Eventually, as you're continuing to do your work, you hear the fluttering of wings come down onto the at the balcony, as you see the owl that has been following around Wolfram has landed on your balcony, and Wolfram, not to relays where they are.
I'm going to make my...
Upon seeing this owl and understanding the notion that elves are a magical race, I'm covering up the stuff I've been working on with with a cloth.
No, I'm kidding. I probably... Listen, man, I've been in the library. I could not be bothered with what you're working on. I'm gonna make my way up to their door and give it a knock.
It takes a little bit, but it takes you maybe 10 minutes to walk over there, and you hear the light knock at the door.
It's a very
By the time you enter into the room, all of the tools and materials are gone.
I open the door. What is this sight in front of me?
Um,
Quite a depressing one.
Thorin drinking from a skull cup while occasionally interjecting more and more slurred into his explanation of the last few centuries.
Heinrich is still on his like second cup because he's been taking like sips every half hour. Um, continuing to continuing to speak though, instead of being this time the chair is now faced outwards to the other two in the room, and thus is also faced towards you entering the room, Wolfram.
As
All right.
quick question, has anyone offered me a drink or anything?
Heinrich
Yeah,
was in
is
the
there
middle
another
of
cup?
Heinrich was in the middle of completely forgetting that people exist.
Okay.
I think about once about half the bottle is gone, Thorin would think to draw and try to pour one for you.
All right. Um, what cup are you giving me?
Just whatever ones would be in the room. Just a regular cup.
Okay.
If I'm to be correct, your name is Wolfram Artemis Sylvania. Would
Uh,
I know this?
You would
considering
know of
you
the
used
Sylvain family. Make a history check to see if you can recognize like the crest that Wolfram is wearing.
Emil did walk up to him
That
and
is
say,
true.
"Hey,
He
I
did.
worked with
He
your
did. So
father."
yes, you would know that. All right.
you
Quick
wouldn't know
pause.
my middle
I
name.
need to go to the bathroom.
Gotcha. So I will. So, Mr. Sylvain. Yep. It is a pleasure to see you. It is a pleasure to see you.
Uh, likewise. Uh, I'm gonna wait until Aiden gets back. I'm going to. I'm looking around the room. I see you, Heinrich. I look to Thorin next, and then my eyes meet Punchman.
So
This is quite the motley group you have.
It is individuals ranging from several different times of the history of humanity, all now entered into one room to discuss what how the time has passed, and perhaps
Well,
how the time shall carry on.
I think Thorin kind of leans forward and says, "You know, not met many elves from Sylvain. Not many of them liked me either."
I believe it may
can
be
you
slightly.
can you repeat what you said? I didn't catch the what you said, Cameron.
Sorry, I said, I haven't met many elves from Sylvain, and even fewer that liked me very much.
Sylvain is a family. You know that, right?
Oh, I did not know that. Never mind. I say nothing.
Okay, yeah. Illyria is the elf place. My family is just the biggest
Well,
of the rich
Sir, I had a
families
friend
there.
well,
return.
Mr. Sylvain. Well, Mr. Sylvain, I must say it is interesting that you've come. I I'm slightly embarrassed to say that I have had very little contact with elves, especially those of the, well, noble houses.
Uh, that matters very little. I don't really care about the titles which come with nobility. You don't have to worry about that. In
Heinrich
fact,
seems actually Heinrich seems a little pleased with that statement.
what brings me here is just the fact that I don't like eating alone, and you're the only people in the town I've had contact with. And seeing as there are a lot of people in this town which I can't talk to about a lot of things, I would like to share a meal with, well, initially just you, but seeing the room here, I extend the invitation to all of you.
You see Heinrich take stock for a moment and realize, oh wait, I haven't eaten anything since this morning. And so, yeah, I believe that is a good idea. So I
Uh,
would.
and you, Thorin, are you interested?
That sounds lovely.
Um, and uh, and then you hear Wolfram mutter something under his breath. Yeah, he uses the word dialed, but he says it very softly, so you can't hear it. And then he's like, I don't quite know your name. Uh, do you have a preferred name?
You see my character take his mug and just kind of it shakes a little bit as he growls, and he kind of tips it up into his helmet, and he is and you hear slurping and growling as he is attempting to drink his beverage through his helmet.
Well,
For the time being, this of course, your permission. I am gesturing towards Punchman for this. I have decided to grant him the temporary name of Krieg for the sake of providing something to call him by. If we are going to be continuing to interact, in which, so long as there's demons and Amity and perhaps even Havenvale, I believe it will be very much guaranteed that we continue our interactions. I thought it would be important to provide him with something we could call him.
Krieg, fitting name. Uh, uh, would you like to join us as well for supper, Krieg?
Yes.
All right. Well, now that that's settled, I guess we should get going. The place is not far, maybe a bit of a walk.
I see. I'm going to do a quick survey of nothing's in the open, everything's in the clear. I'm gonna stand back up, and I'm going to reach under my bed. I'm going to take out a a long bag and place it on the bed.
Heinrich,
Yes.
as you go under your bed and reach,
Your heel is under there.
make a wisdom save. Okay. As you go under your bed, for just a moment, you see the underneath the bed is entirely dark, and you hear a brief low growl of before you snap yourself up and back to a standing position. And all the rest of you around see this and just kind of snap to attention of you okay? No one else heard it.
I'm going to shake my head with renewed vigor. In fact, I'm not. I'm going to take either a whatever candle they have or anything. I'm going to take it and very carefully shine a light under the bed. Nothing.
Nothing.
Other than my bags.
Yep.
Pick up the bag, put it on the bed. Pick up the long bag, put it on the bed with a little bit more frustration. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Can I make maybe a medicine check just to see what's up with?
Go for it. There is quite a bit going on with Heinrich. You can tell at a glance. You can see he's sweating, he's pale, just shaking a little bit in the hands, twitching in the neck. It is very clear that, for one, he hasn't eaten at all today. At most, he ate at the very beginning of the day, to which Heinrich seems like the type to get up early to rise, late to bed. And, well, you can tell that not eating for an entire day, on top of the stress that you experienced today, is likely not good for a man. especially of a man his age.
Oh, also Heinrich,
Yeah.
I did have maybe a bit of a favor. Not I there's this cipher, and I was able to determine that it is Aegis Fraudian in nature. Um,
Aegean.
a- Aegean in nature.
I mean, no
Um,
offense by it. I just wish to provide any proper corrections.
no, I appreciate it. Um, uh, the cipher is Aegean in nature, and so I was seeing if you might be able to help translate the information.
Heinrich is going to be a little apprehensive. Would you happen to know what the cipher is called?
Do I?
No.
Uh, I don't know what the cipher is called, but since we're going to dinner, I think I'll save this for a later time because I would rather not want to
Unfortunately,
make.
unfortunately, my good friend, when it comes to ciphers, Aegis Guard is incredibly discreet and protective of what it has. If you could at least provide something of the sort right now, whilst we are not in public.
I'm going to enter into the room, shut the door behind me. Look over to Thorin, look over to Krieg. Sorry about this. It'll only.
Heinrich is giving you the "Are you about to leak government secrets?" the
I'm going to straight up just the I'll give him a bit of like a sample, like just a page's worth. I'll tear out a fresh page from the very back of my notebook, and I'll just word for word rewrite everything which I saw on that page onto that page, and then provide it to him.
So, you see the text. For one thing, the text of the document is bizarre. It's like weirdly specific financial statements and almost like inventory management of incredibly specific things like fabric types and decorations and candles and the such. Really not sure what the context of that is, but you see the cipher he's referring to, and you are much more relieved, yet at the same time a bit more curious, as it's not a cipher, it's a sorting code used by businesses. Though it's never used outside of Aegisgrad, which is the weird thing. It's old and partially outdated, but it's still just widely used by everyone, even still. Generally, the way the sorting code works is the more important a specified document is, the more letters in the code, the higher priority it is, and the closer the letter is to the end of the common alphabet. And the closer the letter is to the end of the common alphabet, the higher importance. Let's see. A code consists of up to 4 characters, typically, though it can be more in the case of more specific or more fragile in nature documents. A code such as ZZZZ is considered the highest essential information to know. The numbers are, however, specific to the people using them, so the meaning is generally nebulous. In terms of Jaeger Industries, said numbers are often used for, like, blueprints of items or specific procedures for the business to operate. So, like, a 4Z document would be, like, the highest safety code precautions of, like, stuff that is necessary to know.
all right. What is the safety code that he gave me?
It seems, let's see. I know I have
I gave you a good page of these.
Some of them are like C3, AB 22. None of them seem to be of particularly high importance. You get to one, though, that's just 54, to which you've never seen one of these sorting codes without letters in them. So that registers as peculiar, though, you know, these are business documents in Amity, so perhaps they have their own specific use of it. Though why it's in Amity is really the question that's in your head.
This is interesting. Wolfram, I'm sorry, Mr. Sylvain. What happens to your name? It's difficult to continue saying it.
You can wait. What was the question?
Did you ever give me your name? I'm using Wolfram, but I don't know if that is something Heinrich knows.
Oh, okay. If you say Mr. Sylvain, Wolfram will just go. Wolfram is fine.
Okay, Wolfram. What you are dealing with is not a cipher at all. It is a outdated uh, organizational code for Aegean businesses, which is peculiar, is that you found it within an Amatian library within Amity, but this simply seems to be a inventory list, things that are given out. So it is interesting that one of these is labeled without a safety specification code,
Hmm.
or at least a complete one. In what context did you find this?
It was relating to a bunch of document. It's a bit weird to explain, but it was relating to a bunch of transaction receipts. For the Lotus Ball. You know of the Lotus Ball, right?
I'm aware of the Lotus Pearl. Would I be aware if Aegisgrad has on the record been trading for the Lotus Ball?
It has indeed happened in terms of like catering services. Maybe there's like specific foods that are specific to Aegis Grad that they might want to like have for the event and such. And you have in the past like attended one as a guest. It wasn't really your thing, and you didn't really talk to many people there because there was no business dealings for you specifically. But it is known that Aegis Grad has done business with the Lotus family in terms of the ball.
It's not uncommon for Aegisgrad to do business during the Lotus Ball. It is a gaudy affair, but uh, however, it is something to ensure that we are keeping in touch with our neighbors.
Hmm. All right. Well, a lot of these documents were relating to transactions with my family, and so that is why it is peculiar.
That piques Heinrich's interest. Now, has there been any on the above board transactions with the Sylvains?
What specifically for?
The stuff on the paper.
In terms of like Aegis Squad dealing with the Sylvain family, or
Has there been Aegean uh, actions of Aegean trade with the Sylvain family? Yes.
very limited. The Sylvain family is incredibly self-sufficient, and it's why that they're one of the leading, if not the leading, like house of
World
of
power.
Illyria.
World
So,
power.
yeah, they are basically a world power almost. They are entirely self-sufficient. Very rarely have they done many outside deals, and most of the outside deals they do are still within Illyrian soil. You can think of maybe one occasion where they actually did like proper deals with Aegis Grad business, and it was more of a formality.
This is going to cause Heinrich to get a little bit more formal, as this is something very interesting. Pardon, Mr. Sylvain, but these are dealings with your family, yeah?
Yes.
How often has this been happening?
Uh, in that regard, I'm not quite sure because let's see. I'm going to run through the dates in my head on the black folder. Uh, what's like the oldest date?
The oldest date is from around 6 years ago, so still within the time of this upcoming ball.
It's been in the time this ball has been planned, so half a decade, maybe.
Heinrich's really going to raise his eyebrows to this. Interesting.
Now,
Very
Heinrich, I do understand that you're a Jaeger.
he's gonna fix up his posture a little bit. Because now you've brought it into terms of business. This is true. I am in fact a Jaeger. Is it Jaeger? So I would say that in terms of official trades with the Sylvain family, Aegisgrad has been very scant with it.
All right. Well, I was just going to ask your opinion as somebody who has some form of position of power in Aegis Crowd relating to this trade, if you knew anything, but it seems like you don't.
Not much, though I could provide a bit of an inference. Many of the people of Aegisgrad, especially as time has gone along, have become more, well, shall we say, accustomed to their fellow countrymen and more unwilling and more concerned with our interactions with those of the outside world. So this is very interesting. If you could provide me information regarding all of the Aegean things that were provided, that would be notably helpful.
See,
So I would require a measure of knowledge of why you've come into possession of the information you've found right now.
well, that aside, what I did want to mention is that a lot of the information here, it's not relating to trade between Aegis Crowd and Illyria, which is what has me confused. Is that they've used an Aegean coding system, I guess, or inventory system in a way, for trade with Amity, which is what has me confused.
That is interesting for me. Interesting as well.
Would you happen to? Is it a? Is it theoretically possible that perhaps, uh, it was an Aegean who was involved in perhaps the transport, and so they would have this form of manifest?
Heinrich narrows his eyes at the notion, but he is going to search. Is there any Aegean company that's well known for its trade or maritime commerce?
Yes, there are indeed a few that are known for, worldwide exports. Most of these are incredibly basic just in terms of like resources, like lumbering companies and such. Ones that provide very basic resources. Though the lumbering companies are really the biggest one. Most of the other ones are kind of scant. The next up you'll find is like crop related, as Illyria provides most of the world's crops. But beyond that, it's very scant. Adosgrad tends to like to keep its businesses local.
And then there was one other thing which had me concerned, or not concerned, but just also confused. Unrelated to the what I thought was a cipher and any of the stuff which I was looking into, but just in the interaction I had this morning with that feller Emil.
Ah,
He
yes,
said
the young man.
huh?
Ah, yes, the young man.
Yes. He mentioned that he had some form of training with my family, and so it's not common that Aegeans would be training with my family. Is he an important figure in some way? I think his last name was Stukov, right? Is that? Aiden, do I know if Stukov is a big name? Because I
Not
would.
at all. You have no clue.
Yeah. Okay, that is what I thought. Uh, is there anything noteworthy about Emil Stukov?
I can tell you this, that his training with the family is certainly in line with his general occupation. However, at the current moment, I believe that it is unwise to be searching too deeply into the deeper parts of other people's into the secrets of other people. It is it's a dangerous road ahead of us, and until we have until we have at least some semblance of security, I fear that breaking I fear that making the tenuous situation between Mr. Strukov and myself to be a risk not worth taking it.
All right. That is advisable. And in fact, I think I'm at my wit's end at this point. If you want to discuss the contents of the air quote cipher, then we can discuss later. For I'm starting to feel lightheaded because I have not eaten all day.
Yeah, I believe it is time to have some food. I apologize, Soren Krieg, for keeping you. With matters of national security, it is important that I do things the proper way.
Also, are you familiar with messaging magic?
I am not I'm not magical myself.
Well, I I just want to know if it's okay if I use messaging magic to communicate while we walk, because there is other stuff which I learned today relating to the situation from this morning.
This is acceptable.
All right.
I
Uh,
thank you for the request before.
mhm. Of course. I look over to Thorin. Is that acceptable with you as well?
Perfect.
I'm gonna look over at Krieg.
You get a growl.
Okay. I'm going to open the door, start walking, and I don't want to like actually just go over and just talk about literally everything relating to the fucking Moresi. So I'm just going to talk about the general and his little notes about, fighting maybe a dozen of them and how like they had like an army of undead which was basically overwhelming the general's forces.
Heinrich.
I'm going to let it out slowly
Heinrich.
though.
Yes?
He's
I'm going to let it
detailing
out.
this account, and it is incredibly familiar to you. That is an account that you personally gave to a reporter at one point at the conclusion of the Arcana conflict. And
Say it again.
it brings back far too many memories with the detailed recounting of it. Make another wisdom save for me.
Fuck.
He's been essentially recounting the effects of the Arcana conflict, wasn't he?
I
Not
was
only
talking.
that, he was giving a specific account from in a collection of accounts from a quote unquote general from the Arcana conflict, and was giving a very detailed description of the Marezi, to which you can accurately remember as an account that you gave to this publisher for the sakes of cataloging these events in history.
Uh, would you stop me from telling the story upon realizing that this is an account which you gave?
You hear my breath pick up, and Wolfram, please. It's not something I wish to think about right now.
You feel a sort of tightness in your chest recounting this as you walk.
It is.
Let's move on. We'll have our meal.
Yeah. Let's.
Eventually, you all. It doesn't take long. Again, it's probably like a 10-minute walk from the Cozy Court Tavern to your hotel. A lot of these sort of facilities are kept pretty close together for a good reason. And you make it in, and you still see the old man, like still actively working at the bar.
Ah, welcome back, all of you. Come here for a very late dinner, eh?
Yes, I do believe it is my fault as I was busy reading up until this hour. But
Nothing
yes,
wrong with a good bit of reading. It's good for you. Anyway, come here. Let good old Gargabool Mugston come get you a table. And he starts hobbling over to like one of the very few empty tables that are around here.
was his
And
name Gargapool?
Gargabool.
Gargabool
Gargabool Mugston.
Mugston. All right, thank you, Mr. Mugston.
My pleasure. What can I get for you, gentlemen? I've got quite many things. Tell me, what's your preference?
Would you happen to have perhaps a listing of your offerings?
Oh, let's see. All right. Would you like me to start with maybe more elven foods for your taste, or?
Well, it is of. You see, Wolfram has a smile on his face, and it seems like a genuine one. Unlike the smile which he's had all day, which was his little diplomacy, political, just customer service smile. Actually, it is my belief that when in a different place, you should try the local food. So, what is the Amidian specialty of this place?
The good old my specialty. Well, that's just a good old what I like to call a miniature feast. It's a good collection of various meats, ranging from your good old chickens and turkeys to your beefs and your porks, and also plenty of veggies and maybe a few fruits on the side. A miniature feast.
All right, that
Or
does
I
sound
could just
quite
make it
good.
a whole feast. I mean,
I look
some
around.
Some of you look.
I look around for somebody to say no.
Heinrich is staring at the table. He is looking worse.
What is the spiciest thing you can make here?
That'd be the dragon's breath. It'll make you spit fire. It's a, it's a curry that I made quite some time ago. Made it as a joke, really. Made it to screw with a few people that I didn't think were good customers. And lo and behold, people kept ordering it because it was spicy. They wanted to try it, test their luck, test their constitution. And you know what? Made me money. Kept making it.
I'll take one.
All right.
All right. Why don't you do the curry for him, and then why don't you do the feast for the table?
All right. One not miniature feast and a dragon's breath. Coming right up. And he starts almost like skipping to the back.
All right. I'm trying to think of casual conversation.
It is an awkward silence in the midst of a jovial scene.
So this is a vacation town. Is that what brings you here, Heinrich?
Sorry. Yeah, I've been brought here for a vacation. It was forced upon me by my superior officer. They thought I was overworking myself.
Well, that was very kind of him.
Yeah.
So are there any scenes or anything which you'd like to see while you're here? I don't really... I came here more so on business, so I don't really know what's... what the vacation allure is. I've heard they have quite a few good drinks.
Yeah,
Their
the schnapps.
Illyrian ale is quite fantastic, I can assure you.
Well, I'm quite familiar, so... I meant more so for the local delicacies, but it is... I do...
As the conversation is going, you see Gargoyle like coming back around. I forgot to ask you, gentlemen, for drinks. What can I get you?
Yeah. Would you happen to have a mint tea?
Oh, yeah, I have that.
Wasser. Please.
Water.
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 All right. And you there, Mr. Mountain Man?
Water as well.
And you there. You?
Water.
Man, nothing but waters. And he begins to topple away again.
Is there anybody else in here? Is it just us?
Oh no, there's plenty of people around. This place is busy night and day.
Man, I wish I knew how to fucking play an instrument or something.
How about I play you a nice tune, and it's just and it is the man having an episode.
How about I play you a tune? Starts playing basically the Reigns of Castamere, but it's in reference to the Arcana conflict.
Plays what was originally an Aegean war song.
You know, and he passes it off like it's like the fucking cha-cha slide in Illyria. All right. Does anybody know any games?
Several drinking ones, but I don't believe tonight is the night to get.
Yes.
Mention of drinking games, Emil comes stumbling down the stairs, looking haggard as hell. He doesn't even have his coat on anymore. He's wearing just a green like blouse with suspenders on top and just normal pants. He doesn't even have shoes on, and everyone could see he's nursing a massive headache. Like,
Emil, this is.
But curiously enough, he just makes his way over to the table without even, it seems like, even looking at you guys. And he sits down and he's like, oh, everyone's here.
Please, do pull up a chair. We have a feast coming, so you look like you could use something to eat.
Yes, I would. Oh, food. Hey.
Oh, food! Looks at the table. Oh.
And, I am sorry, but I don't think I'll be offering anything for you to drink except for water.
Yeah, I don't think that I want anything else. He's like seriously rubbing his temples now. Oh, by the way, we don't have to worry about any sort of information leaks or anything. I've handled that.
What?
And he just says that so casually.
What does that? What does that mean?
Oh, like word about And he just does like a hand gesture, just like making circles with both hands.
I'm going to just use a message can. What exactly? What are you talking about? I message cantrip this to you.
The boyish, just confusion of just what is this dude doing is just like it grounds Heinrich to a point where he's able to calm down slightly.
I'm going to message cantrip you a meal. This means you can respond back after I finish my message, and I'm going to ask you the details of what exactly you did.
Oh. I'm gonna message him back saying like, aside from being a doctor, I also dip my hand into politics, you could say, and I'm quite good at information control, and so I've made sure that word of the demons will not spread. Well, yeah.
How?
That I cannot reveal to you, my friend. And he just sort of grins.
Wolfram now has his customer service smile back on.
Almost a little bit pained.
After messaging him back, Emil stands up and just like starts shambling like a zombie, just muttering, "Water, water."
Thorin
I'm coming with
just
the drinks. Oh, I need to get another water. Hold on.
And he like goes back behind the bar, grabs a quick glass of water.
All right, here you are. Here's your drink. Your food will be out in about 1, 2, 3, 15 minutes.
Starts hobbling away.
Alright, thank you. Anyway, back to the game, because honestly, any more serious conversation, and it will start to affect me. How about, I don't have cards or anything. How about we... I'm looking around. Let's play a game. Why don't we make up a random story about anybody in the tavern?
I've got a game. Emil takes out a knife and he flips it in his one hand, and then he like throws it in the middle of the table. Hands out, everybody.
All of
No
you know what this is.
hesitation.
All of you know what this is.
No hesitation.
Once again,
This game mixes excellently with a hangover.
Because
That has
I'm
not
the-
been my experience.
Because I'm the only person here who hasn't had a drop of alcohol, and because
Punch
my
Man. Or Krieg, sorry.
No, I've
Krieg is-
yeah, he's had
I
some.
drank.
Ah, okay.
yeah,
Heinrich looks at the knife in the middle of the table and almost like a reminiscent look.
and because Wolfram has the highest dex score here, albeit tied, I will just quickly grab the knife, sheath it in my own fucking belt, and just hide it away.
My own stomach.
Wait, you're gonna try and move against Emil?
Seppuku on the table.
Emil, this knife will be back at your side once you go to sleep.
Emil takes out another knife.
I will disarm all of his weapons. I have time. I have spell slots.
Emil goes to stop Wolfram from grabbing the knife. Like, hey
Do you
man,
want
that's
me
not
to
a big
roll,
deal.
Aiden? Do you even?
Do you guys want to do a contest?
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand contest. Emil at disadvantage. You are drunk and have a hangover. You have both simultaneously somehow. Still.
This
You're
won't
drunk.
stop me.
Go home.
Fuck! It did stop me.
It's gonna stop you.
Stopped even.
Emil like fumbles over the table before he actually can manage to reach for the knife. Your slate is still clean. You just quick snatch it and put it away.
I lean forward. I grab the knife. I pull my hand back. I'm not even trying to show off. This is just one of those like, oh, this is a general safety concern.
Emil is so devastated by his loss of dexterity that right then and there, after he fumbles for the knife, he looks at everybody and is like, "Don't ever let me drink again." And then he just goes mute and just stares at the table.
I will not. Trust me, I will not.
Gargabool comes back out. Well, that's what you get for trying to drink a man like that on under the table. You fool. And he lays out this giant platter of various, like, well-seasoned, perfectly cooked meats, as well as various vegetables, and, like, fruit sides and such. Delicious looking feast all around. And then the bowl of curry. Thorin, you get a whiff of it, and you immediately feel the spice in your nose.
I think, for the first time, you all see a genuine, like, wide grin on Thorin's face.
What is, like, the position everyone is sitting at the table? Like, who's next to who?
I'm making sure to be situated next to Heinrich, just because I know he's having a bad time, and I'm just his on-call paramedic.
Worse.
Emil is probably sitting on the other side of Wolfram.
I'm probably.
I'm just his paramedic.
I'm probably on the other side of Heinrich.
Are you?
Krieg's sitting on my lap.
So then,
You're like-
all right, it's me, then Heinrich, then next to Heinrich would then be Punchman, then it's Emil, and then next to me would be Thorin.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
We need to separate
So-
Punchman and Thorin for safety
So,
reasons.
Punchman Wolfram and Emil, you both get that whiff of the dragon's breath curry, and you both like
Oh.
almost recoil a bit of just like, oh shit.
Oh no, Aiden. Illyria Illyria, elves in your campaign setting, because I am in charge of the elves, they have a spice tolerance. They have an Indian spice tolerance.
Cool, and people like them.
Motherfucker, sit down.
Illyrians have a spice tolerance.
They may have a spice tolerance, but it's not Goliath's spice tolerance, sir.
We are the spice capital of the world.
Yo, to be honest, Deep, it makes sense if you consider it, because elves have a more vegetarian diet anyway.
Here's the thing: the
Like
elves
some
do just
jalapeno off of fucking the plant and just eats it whole. Just
the other thing is elves do grow a bunch of these spices. There are spices which earlier this session were shown to not even be tasteable by other people.
Again, elves do have a very good spice tolerance, but even this, it's like, this is just spice for the sake of spice.
I understand. I understand the case here.
That is like the 3 million Scoville-like shit.
This is the Stephen would eat it.
Yeah. Steven would eat it and then be, like, comatose. But to a Goliath, this is like, yeah, that's pretty spicy.
Man, mountain dwellers.
And to Thorin, it is acceptable. Yeah.
Unless anybody else would like to, I will start just serving everybody plates full of food.
So is this meat cut up?
Some of it is, and then some of it is just kind of left whole. It's one of those sorts of rules. You
What's
got,
closest to me?
The closest thing
Cut
to
up
you...
or not?
Cut up.
Okay.
The closest meat to you is the, like, cut up steak, basically.
Okay. Does it fit within the holes of my helmet?
If you stuff it hard enough, yes.
Okay. You get once the food hits the table, a short delay and recoil from Thorin's meal. I grab a handful and
I see like the relative struggle, and I pause for a minute from eating, and I just like take some of the meat and cut it thin so it can fit through his helmet.
You had utensils.
Do you think he remembers? You think he's using those right now?
No, not at all. That's why I said it.
I'm going to give him a plate of meat that is made to go through the helmet easily.
You basically give him, like, jerky type slices.
One of the ingredients I'm carrying on me is a ginger infused honey, and I'm going to add it to my tea.
Okay. And
Yeah, I'm going to.
Thorin, give me a con save at advantage when
Great.
eating this curry.
I am not bad at those. I do not have proficiency, however.
I will just serve out a plate to both Heinrich and Emil, as they're both not having a good time.
And they are both having.
Heinrich has seemed to have calmed a significant amount from his previous demeanor.
That is good. And then I'ma just sip my tea, eat my food, look genuinely happy.
Now,
At 20.
you know that this is spicy, and you know it's the type of spicy that's meant to be spicy for the sake of spice.
Yeah.
To you, this is like, I'm feeling this, and I'm liking what I'm feeling here. It's
Like,
got
it's-
that just like perfect level of tingle in like the tongue and mouth, and like enough heat to where you're feeling it. But it's that just right level of like you're feeling it and you like what you're feeling.
Just enough to make the eyes water. The perfect sweet spot.
Yep.
Yeah, great. I am probably taking pieces of meat in like smaller bread and mixing it in with the curry and just yeah, genuinely enjoying a meal for like not having field rations that are already tasteless to most people.
And
It's
also, while it is spicy to be spicy, that is not to say that it is not just a genuinely good curry either. Like it, whatever Gargable, like whatever his life experiences are, he has had a long time to learn how to cook. God damn, he makes a good meal.
yeah, like just um yeah, this is for once Thorin sees the point of going on vacation. He never will, but like, it's just oh, this is why people do it.
Yeah. And Creep,
Uh,
this is the first time you have had a genuine meal that you can recall this. And you feel satiated. Physically, anyway.
As this is happening, I'm going to just briefly scooch my chair out and take a step away from the table, and I'll say, "I'll be right back, guys." And then I'm going to walk my way over to Gargable. Is it Gargable?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. How much is the food?
Let's see, with the not so mini feast, combined with the dragon's breath curry, tea and 4 waters, that might not cost anything. Um, you know what? It's already been paid for earlier. By, your 2 friends there. The, one slobbering over the table and
Well,
the well-dressed man over there.
well, they paid for their drink. This food is on me. How much is it?
Well, I mean, if you're that insistent, 3 gold pieces.
Did you say 3 gold pieces?
Yep.
All right. I'll hand him 4.
I am making a good profit today.
Well, the food is good, so I would say you deserve it.
What? Cheers to that.
You can see he's got his own like mug of ale. He's just sipping on.
Cheers. And I'll take my seat back and I'll start sipping up my tea.
as like terrible as this day has been overall, this guy's made off great. Like he is profited off of our trauma, definitely.
And the thing with Gargable is that you can see that everybody knows him. Or at least everybody that you know lives here, or can tell lives here. Everyone seems to know him. Everyone treats him almost like family. And
Here's what I can respect about him, out of character.
Yeah.
Just he's an honest dude. Like he not an honest dude. Like he's an honest businessman. He's running what he's running at a fair price, and whenever you like give him extra, he tries to give you extra service to compensate for the fact that he's been paid more. And I can respect that.
Can I go up to him and ask for the recipe?
What's it
Like,
to you?
You with the FCA?
You
you wanna
think
make an-
Thorin
if you wanna
won't
make
give
an
all of
insight
his
check.
money to this old man?
What's it to you? Why should I give you my secrets?
And you can tell he's being very playful about this.
I must say, that was one of the greatest meals I have ever had in my life. My only hope that I may one day share it with others, and spread your name far across the lands, and just kind of like being very obviously kissing ass. Just
You trying to butter me out? You're a big softy.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
cool. Actually, proficiency for once. And now it's going to take a few years to show up. God, why is Roll20 so fucking terrible?
Roll20 is incredibly, terribly optimized. We already had that experience with the Jacob map.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't want to talk about it.
8.
I like you. You pay me well. I'll be honest with you. But you gotta cut me some slack here. It's my recipes and how I make things that gives me my money. However, I like you. And I can tell what you're about. I don't have them written down, but I do know them in my head. Come to me tomorrow. I'll have them written out for you.
I'll hold you to that.
You don't gotta hold me. I mean, you can hold me, but you're a big, strong man.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I just, I think.
You okay there, Kyle?
What the fuck is going on in your head, bro? I've been staring at Kyle. He's been having some sort of epiphany.
It's little like gnome, like now I don't have it written down, but I have it in my head. I just keep Thor with his big meaty hand, just it just a big chunk out of this gnome's head.
I see what that was about now.
I am also getting very tired and I have a headache.
Yeah, no, we're wrapping this up soon.
I figured.
Rappity rap.
Wrapping it up. I'm done feeding everybody. I'm done having my nice character moments. I'm just going to sleep so I can wake up at 3 a.m.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to continue eating, probably order 3 more of those curries, and then
Once- The moment Wolfram leaves, Heinrich is going to get up, offer like polite farewells, and he's going to go clean his rifle. And it's very nice that he's been placed on room 3X. It has quite the good view of the town.
Not only that, your room's pointed towards the forest as well.
Good.
Since Wolfram kind of hosted the little dinner thing, he is going to be the last person to leave because, you know, that's just a nice thing to do. And he'll help wipe up the table or anything before he leaves. Because I assume the likes of Punch Man and Drunk Emil will make a mess. And it's not that good man's job to fucking clean up after our bullshit.
Actually, despite being hungover and still drunk, Emil has incredible table manners.
Emil is, in a bizarre way, still refined, but still incredibly sloppy. It is a bizarre line that he is currently walking.
I think Thorin eats like very much like a soldier, just like consuming it like neatly but quickly.
Yeah. And you get 3 more of those, and by the time you finish the 3rd one is when the spice is really starting to heat the fuck up.
Yeah, and that's when I'm like, okay, yes, I'm happy with this. And then I'm gonna go pass out because I'd probably finish off the bottle by then.
You absolutely have.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Alright. You all head back to your respective rooms.
Wait, just before, like everyone is leaving, Emil just kind of scoots a little closer to Wolfram. And he's like, "By the way, Wolfram, I would like to. Tomorrow we need to do the samples because I also took a sample from the ghouls."
Good point. I did pick up a few reference books as well. So we should be well set. And also,
Perfect.
as we're walking out now, you can have your dagger back.
Have I regained any of my alacrity and hand coordination?
I'm going to just sheath it onto your belt for you.
I mean, give me a Constitution save if you want. You've gotten better. Still not good though.
Oh, this is disgusting.
You have that internal moment of, why the fuck do people drink?
What building is Emil staying at? Is it the same one as Heinrich in the?
No, Emil has. Well, I have the room in the tavern that I was sleeping in just because I was dead drunk.
But you
I'm gonna. Hey guys, I'm gonna head out.
Alright.
I gotta work tomorrow, and I don't want to be like way too tired.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah, I got you.
You go for it, man.
Good night.
Catch you later.
Yep, good night.
But
I'm going.
Emil, you actually do have like a room in the Heartstone Inn specifically.
I'm going to just escort Emil back to his room so he doesn't like trip and fall into some alleyway and have to sleep on the street. I'll get his room information first just in case something happens to him and he passes out, and then like once I get him to his room, I'll make my way back.
Okay. Emil, do you accept?
Yeah.
Alright. And Krieg at this point.
Oh yeah, do you have a room?
No.
Yeah, I was
Did
gonna
you
say
go-
you don't have an
Did
established
he
room yet.
did he go with Heinrich? If not, I'll ask him to come with me because I thought he might just go with Heinrich. That was honestly my opinion.
I probably went with Heinrich, yeah.
Heinrich,
So you get to see. So you get to see Heinrich. You get to see Heinrich. Heinrich kind of acknowledges that you're there, gestures for the seat. Apologies, I cannot provide you a bed. And you see him open up the bag, and you saw his revolver, but this is the first time you've seen a rifle. And so you see him pull out this long gun, in which he then proceeds to move a bolt, and then proceed to take it out as he begins to meticulously clean this long gun.
As you clean it, it seems like I almost have a somewhat ritual where I'm taking off some parts of my armor, but only like shoulder pads and various other parts. You can hear the like metal squeaking and it just being generally unpleasant as I kind of curl up in a ball, supporting my helmet, and just go to sleep.
And this is also likely the first time in a long while that Krieg has slept even slightly comfortably.
Heinrich's gonna look at Krieg, walk over to like whatever closet or place they have, and grab one of the extra like blankets, comforters that hotels usually place if they're like decent,
Yep.
and drape it over Krieg to give him a little bit of warmth. He's then going to reassemble his rifle. He's going to reassemble his rifle, put on safety, keep it loaded. He rests it on the wall, and he is going to bed.
Alright.
Wolfram has a little bit he has to do before he goes to sleep. Mainly, he pulls out his daily log journal, volume 5. Wait, I have to check. Give me just a moment. All right. Yeah. Volume 5 of his daily log journal. And he's about halfway through. What time of year is it?
What time of year?
Yeah.
Probably about like the middle of spring.
Volume 5, he's about a third of the way into the book, and he writes down the details of his day. Big majority of it is just library time.
That was the majority of his day.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any specific things they do before Betty bye?
Now that Emil is back in his room, he takes out his glove, his knife, his mask, and he does maintenance on all of them.
Okay.
But and then also, at the same time as doing that, he's also multitasking. Would he be able to craft a hangover cure using his poisoner's kit, considering alcohol is a poison?
Yes, absolutely, you could.
All right. As he's doing the maintenance on all of his shit, he makes the hangover cure. He drinks it. He just shakes his head a little bit and stretches out, and he goes, "That should be enough for them to be convinced."
You do
Cracks
your,
his neck and walks out to the balcony.
you do your stretch, and then there's an immediate, like, sharp pain, like, from one side of your head to the other, and then it subsides, and the hangover is, for the most part, gone, outside of, like, a little bit of grogginess.
Jesus. Don't know how many times I've had to pull that trick, but I hate it each time. Ugh. And then he walks over to the balcony and just calls out for Straheel.
You called, and you hear Straheel behind you in your own room.
Oh, you actually surprised me this time.
I am to please.
I was asleep and fucked up a little bit, but I would like a write-up of all the information you gathered while I was unconscious. I'm assuming you did at least some work or something.
Well, admittedly, there was not much to document of sorts. Very little murmurs were had. The rumors were mostly nonsense of locals. And, well, you have certainly found yourself in some interesting company, my friend. I can see the days to come to be quite entertaining. For me, mostly. For you, we'll see if entertaining is the right word. But I have indeed gotten word of where old Silverheart went. And the suspicions of those around you were quite true. He has indeed made his way to the capital of Westport.
So Silverheart is alive.
Yes. Which
And the new
means
mayor.
as long as he is alive, you shall have a debt to collect. So unfortunately, your journey here is not over just yet, my friend.
Hearing that he still has a debt to collect, he walks back over to the bed and picks up the mask and the knife and just kind of takes a deep, hard look at them for a moment.
You know what your job entails. You know what you must do. Ultimately, it comes down to this. Do you have the strength to go against the will of your own father?
No, it is more complicated than that, Straheel. Take, for example, that elf. I know I trained with his family, yet it occurred to me that I cannot recall anything. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you?
About what?
This amnesia of mine?
Unfortunately, I am not the wiser on such a thing. I was not even aware you were under such an affliction. I wish I did know. Could have slipped much more past you.
Emil sort of squints his eyes at Straheel. Well, I don't really feel like talking to you right now, so I guess just go. I will figure this out myself. Sometimes you can be so useless.
Well, sometimes people do not talk. Or sometimes there is no talk at all. Let
Oh,
me-
there is always talks to hear. You and I both know that.
To think
There
that
is
people are
always
such simple
talk.
creatures. I wish it were true. However, I'm being stretched quite thin these days, as I've picked up some surprise business as of late. So, I can't cover every base of detail. Tell me, what specifically do you want me to cover? What do you deem the priorities?
The highest priority, of course, is going to be the unholy things we encountered earlier today. second to that, of course, is keeping the information in check. However, if you have any information on Heinrich, I'm still not entirely certain that I trust his motivations, to be honest. And I would like some more information about the Sylvain family as well. The Wolfram fellow seems nice, but I cannot know if he's trustworthy yet. As for the rest of them, well, only time will tell. I need to interact with them more, I suppose.
And that of your mother?
Uh, as much as I would like to say to keep that on the back burner, do not. That is also of highest priority. I have a weird feeling in my gut about this. It's the first time, to be honest.
You would have me be quite the busy bee. You are aware that so much information for one takes time to gather. And
But
also costs.
I do not have time for this, and he throws the whole pack of gold coins that he has at Hill. Just take your damned money and be done with it already.
Well, this shall certainly cover the cost. As it is a hefty bag of coin that you have. You toss it at him, it just kind of thuds off of him as he catches it. Well.
Not the whole thing, you animal. I know you will try and rob me at the first opportunity. I'm not stupid.
You know me so well. Let's see. How much gold do you have?
199.
He is going to take 150 of it. This shall cover all future expenses. And he tosses back the gold to you. I shall do my job, and I shall do it thoroughly.
One last thing, Sahil. I'm planning on writing a letter to my best friend in Asia's grad. I'm sure you remember him, the childhood one.
Ah, yes, the doctor.
Yes, if you could find the time, I would appreciate some queer activity.
Of course.
Consider it a gratuity on the amount of money that you have taken from me, no?
A simple task. It shall take a day or two, but it can be done.
No problem. I thank you, Shahil. Now be gone from my sight, you impetuous creature.
Of course, of course. Have a nice nap. And you very tired, close your eyes. And he's nowhere to be seen. No jingle of coin was to be heard, nor the opening of a door.
Emil just creates a quick, mental priority in his head of just, list of things that he wants to do, and then immediately clocks out, just sitting in a chair.
Alright. And with that, I think that will be the end of today's session, boys! Woo! This was quite the doozy! And man, I enjoyed every bit of it. Let me put the Cthulhu statue back, because this thing has literal concrete in it, and I'm fairly certain my desk did not like that.
Concrete.
So, what'd you guys think?
I think my thoughts are in shambles because it's 2 a.m.
That is
I
fair.
gotta fucking take a shower and then go to bed. I got a class at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah,
I
very
have a
fun.
class at 10 a.m. as
Time
well.
to sleep. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good
y'all.
night.
Give me feedback when you're mentally well and
Yeah, no, I'll talk to you when I get home at 5 tomorrow, Aiden.
Alright. Talk to y'all gentlemen then. And good night to you as well, Dim. And with that, folks, we continue yet another session. Things are starting to get rather interesting, I think. Relationships are being formed and also swiftly understood. Good night, everyone. Sweet dreams. That was way too creepy for my own liking. Ew, what the fuck?